that. Where's the chat? Okay, that's weird. What? No, I did not just click on a Hummer ad. It does appear that I am Pablo.
Am you Pablo?
Maybe I'm Pablo.
You am indeed Pablo.
All right, another day of Pablo. Hello, kind and gentle folk. We are here again today with what? Critiques. You're right. There it is. I know everyone's very excited by this concept. Woo! Give me a woo. Woo!
Woo!
I'm not seeing very many woos out there. Is chat working at all?
Yep.
Okay, there's a check woo.
Yep. Pre-stream bot is good. Check Facebook.
Okay. All right. I don't know why I can't see chat on Pixologic.
Oh yeah. The video's live.
All right. Okay. Come on. All right. No Pixologic chat. Okay, whatever. There we are. Yet another dynamic and exciting intro to our stream. Woo. All right. So, as we get started, for those of you on YouTube, I don't know, it's over here somewhere, I think. Hit subscribe. If you like what you see, hit the likey thing. If they have any questions, just put them down in the comment section and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer them. Subscribe. Woo, subscribe. Okay.
Woo.
Woo. Okay. So, here we are critiquing. Right? No, I was just about to say my stylus isn't working.
No, your stylus is working.
It's just on the wrong screen. Okay. Austin. Girl anatomy. Okay. So, your breasts are a little funny. We'll get to those in a minute. But I guess they could be bodybuilder breasts. Your anatomy is looking pretty tight, though. Your back is looking good. Your butt's a little pinched in there, but that's okay. It should have a slightly more stop it. Let's get rid of this here. As you can see, there's like this flat space here. This really does kind of come. You're just getting a slightly forced edge right here. I think that would probably. Since it's not really flexing, smooth stronger. Lower our res here just a touch. Also just has a little bit more oomph to it. It's a little better. It's just not quite so punched up there. Now, her torso looks a little bit more masculine. Females still tend to have a wee bit more of a waist. Even buff females. The squarer the waist, the more masculine it is. So I would say look at your silhouette here and just get a little bit more waist in there. I think that's a little high, but we'll get on with it. And now let's get to the breasts. That's your main problem here. Oops, that is not clay tubes. So first thing, you sort of have something going on that a lot of people do. And that is, one, your shoulders are out here, but none of the stuff crosses over, right? You just have the arm, and you sort of have it sitting away from the torso. That doesn't happen. Your lats actually are out here. They kind of cross over. The stuff comes under it. So that changes that silhouette some, right? There is almost never a time when you see airspace in the armpit like that. And so all this stuff actually comes over and sort of up and under. That is way too strong. Up and under. That was not clay tubes. And then your pec comes over. Under. And over. And you kind of have that going on. Under. And so your pecs, male and female, are basically the same, except females, you get your fatty tissue sort of down in here. And it's just sort of a sac that is on top of the muscle. And then, depending on the fat content, is how it blends up and in. Where is it? What am I? Oh. Hold on, boop. Boop. No. I thought I dragged a copy of, oh, here it is. Where are you? Here we go. See, so your pecs, right? And then it's fatty tissue that comes down and over. So they're not all squeezed up and pinched up in the center there. You're getting a little bit of lowering. And then depending on the size of brush you're looking for. But this intersection just needs to get cleaned up so it doesn't look like the arms are completely disassociated from the torso. And that's how you get that silhouette. Right, and then you can play with the size and shape you want, but it's much more like an add-on to the pecs, right? Depending on how much muscle weight you have, obviously. But I would say other than that, honestly, for a buff young lady, yeah, see the lats actually come out and over a little bit more. This intersection has a little more crossover. Show me the back. You see how there's just no room in there? See how that's going into the torso? Where your torso was kind of hiding in the back here. Let's see. But these come up and around more, right? You can see how your you kind of got this, you have this. The arm is coming out of here. It's not out here, the rotation. So I would say you're close. This is a little boxy, right? These wrap around a little. This isn't quite so flat. These have some roundness, that has that coming up in there. That's in there, and then you can sort of see those inserting there. So I think you just need to watch out here about where your arm is inserting, right, where that shoulder is actually happening, because these are kind of doing this, that's doing that, that's doing that. So don't lose this. Right, this comes around back here. It's not quite so proud. Your ankles are a little thick too. There's something's going on with these. So this crosses over. There's still meat in here. So if you lop the front of this foot off, it's still sort of like, almost like a hoof shape here. It's not just sucked in. It's sort of conical. And then your ball. It's a little deep right there, I think. The silhouette is a little bit more like a little bit wider here. Look at your foot shape just a little bit. Something's going on there. I think maybe it should probably be a little bit more like that. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Shape your breasts, look at your back, make sure you're tuning the shoulders well so they're coming out the right place. Right where it's coming out of there. Work on your breast shape. Once again, you're getting square. These things, they still have some roundness to them. Right, because these things, it's definitely tension in there, right? Because that's the insertion in the origin. I can't remember which. I always get them the wrong directions nowadays. All right, yeah, nope. I mean, honestly, it's a really good start. It's leaning a little forward, I think. Yeah. You probably want her to be W. I'm just going to twist from there. Right here through ankle. It's a little bit more upright. She was leaning forward a lot. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. But it looks good. Good. Work on the feet. Try not to make things so boxy, especially on a female. Even super bulky women still have, the curves are still the same. There's still that lack of boxiness. There's even, you know, you still have hips and a waist. The structure's still a little different. But you're getting there. I would, you know, use an anatomy reference and pay attention to how the stuff works in the armpits and the, like how the back, shoulders and arms hook together. I think you're a little off there. But all in all, it's damn close. Looking good. Any questions?
We got one question from Ian, who wants to know what the most important advice you can give on modeling in general, and second in ZBrush is.
Work. Just keep working. I think if you're a beginner, I would say find things and copy them so you are forced to judge what you're doing against something that is judgeable, right? Because if you're making things up and you know your arm's coming out of your ear and you're like, well, that's how I meant it. It's like, yeah, that's not a portrait of your sister. You know, so I think at the beginning, having real objects that you can judge if you succeeded in replicating it is probably the best idea that you can do. And just hours of work. Okay, it might be your sister. Oh. All right, who's next?
Max.
Max?
Max Heim.
That's this one, I think. Max Heim. Female anatomy. Frame. Once again, just leaning a little forward.
Hey, this is me.
Hello.
I was gonna try to resubmit a newer version of this. I did correct the lean slightly. And 1 second, I need to.
Whoops. Yeah, you asked me just seconds ago if you could resubmit a new one, and I said yes. And I didn't realize you were the same Max. So we can put you. We can move on to the next one and then get your updated model in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Cool.
Okay. Delete all.
All right. Cool.
All right. Of course.
So next is Carlos.
That's Rad. That's Anthony.
What's today? The 5th.
Carlos. There we go. The Phantom of the Opera No one wants my singing, I can tell. Well, you did a good job about keeping your hair actually sort of in a realistic thing, right? You know, a lot of people get a lot of weird crissy-crossy over, and you did a pretty good job about that crissy-crossy over being tight. I would say, especially since you have such tight hair, I would give my eyebrows just a little bit of twist and just go in both directions, and that'll give you a little bit more directionality or a little bit more edge definition there, because your hair is so tight, you know. See how that just livens it up a bit. Even with paint on, you can see that it'll give you, it's giving you highlights and lowlights. It's just a little bit more dynamic than this side. Scars look nice. Your lips are good. Your jaw's good. The portrait's nice. So this is my only issue with the clothes. Is I just don't feel like they're sitting on the body, right? It just looks like there is so much room here, you know, that coat's like this thick, and none of your coats are going to be that thick. Also, your collar here, you can just see a lot of thickness in it. Everything's kind of pillowy. And some of that has to do with how thick you've made this edge, right? You can always, you know, it can be that thick, but if you shrink that visual edge down, see how, which one's thinner? It sure looks like that one is, doesn't it? And this is very thick. So, you know, a lot of that just comes down to what exactly you're looking for. But it's something I find a lot with people doing fabrics, is that a lot of the stuff just becomes very, very thick. So here, let's do this side. The other thing is, these collars usually, they don't just float, right? They sit against the body, so you're probably going to get a scoop here where it's resting on the body. It's going to come up and then go over. I would strongly recommend you, if you have a dress form, putting some clothes on the dress form and looking at it, or just look at some photographs and see what they're actually doing. Because, right, see how thick this is here? This just allows it to look very thick. Right, because this doesn't float. This is going to come down, and your collar is very, very, very rarely that high. Right, see how high it is above the bow? Well, that's not how a collar works. Even if this were a tab collar, and it's not a tab collar because you have it bent all the way around, and you see this airspace here, that's just not what collars do. So I would say go look at, here, let's do this. So you see, there's not a lot of roll or fat here. You have that almost like it's a coat collar, where a shirt collar fits tight. It fits tight to the neck, and you don't get a lot of draping, right? You can see here how it's touching the edge there. Hold on, let's see here. Here again, you can see how it's touching the edge. It's not floating. And it's coming down pretty far in comparison. I'm trying to find something with see, even a stiff collar, but look at how thin it's reading up here, and you don't have that open air space in there. That collar is attaching up and behind. There's not the space behind it, right? So you don't have the space. the collar is doing this, that button, and then it does that, but it's tight on the neck. I mean, see, you're doing this like it were a coat collar where there's room there. There is no room there in formal wear. That's tight. So I think the shape of your collar is a little off, and the thickness here is just too much. That should be sitting on the neck. It's a tight thing. Let's see. See, I'm assuming this is the shirt, right? And just see how puffy that is. Shirts just don't have that much thickness to them. A coat might, but a shirt won't. And you see how your collars are all sitting up and off the clothes, you know. It's going to sit on the coat. And then this is where you get the collar breaks, right? It's not just it's not just a tube, it actually has a break in this collar. This goes flat. And then the collar roll is up here. Right, you're getting up. And that's sort of what's happening with that collar. Because your collar lies against your body, and that determines that form. All right, we are definitely going to have to change that. Come on. Come on. I only drink soda for this stream, so I can stay up late. So while we're waiting, any questions?
What is the best or the average resolution to work in?
Well, so I almost always want my base models to be under 700 polygons, and then I subdivide up to that 3 million polygon range and start working there. On this computer, 8 million is really pushing comfort zones. I mean, like, it'll open a 50 million poly model, but it'll chug, where you know, that answers about your computer more than I would say. That I start most of my models in the 1 to 3 million poly range, because that way I can do stuff like this where I'm setting tone and I'm not moving too much material, and then if there's an issue I just hop down to the lower reses and do my smoothing and stuff.
Can I guess that you're probably not the right guy to ask about animation in ZBrush?
Well, that depends on what the question is.
How do you animate rotation in ZBrush?
You mean like a turntable?
Yeah, maybe.
There's a plugin for that.
Oh.
If you're just talking about doing turntables, if you go to Pixo, Resource Center, ZBrush plugins.
Not turntable, object rotation, actually.
Yeah, no clue.
So like a single object in the scene, because a turntable would rotate.
Yeah, that's I'm not. Oh, is is turntable in movie? Then I wonder what the movie plugin does. Movie turntable. I bet it allows you to do different, more specific stuff maybe. Turntable allows you to create turntable image sequences with specific passes. Simply position your model in a front backside position. Choose your desired passes. Set an amount of images for the turntable and click generate turntable images. So I guess it gives you a few more options than your internal turntable. So I would just go back and revisit the clothes as if they fit, right? So let's, because this shirt, there's just not that much space between those. Right, that's just not what a collar does. This all comes in and connects. Topological would have been a much better place to start with all this. Mm-hmm. Let's turn that back on. Righto. Let's hide our coat here. I mean, see how high all this is? You know, you got to figure that in all reality, you know, your shoulders are actually going to be down here some. Right, there's room. You know, these things fit tight to the body. They're not that loose. And do you see just the difference in that, in those two collars? And then this stuff is actually probably down here, right? Because let's look at your anatomy. Right, your shoulders start there. So let us turn this stuff back on, transparency. And you can see how high that was sitting on the body, because I pushed that down some and it's still sitting up off the body. Collar. So your clothes, I just think your shoulders are too high. You have too much room in your clothes, because I mean, think about that. That's like an inch and a half off the body, you know? So your face looks great. Your clothes look good. They're just too big, and everything's separated, right? It's like an exploded version of something, as opposed to, you know, if I have something sitting on my shoulder as such, you know, I'm not getting, even if this were a collar, right? I'm not getting an inch of space here. So take a piece of fabric and just wrap it or put your coat on someone, because I mean a coat, especially a tuxedo, it's not going to be much thicker than that. You have this stuff like this thick sitting off the body. So reevaluate how your clothes fit. Make your eyebrow a little bit more detailed so it matches the hair detail. Futz with your clothes a little. And other than that, you're killing it. Looks great, honestly. It looks good. Okay, how we doing? What's next?
You want to download Max's real quick?
Mm-hmm. How do I... Where's my up arrow? Are these are new ones too?
Yeah, but we have so many to get through before we're on to the new ones. I would just grab Max's.
Well, I'll download them, but all right, fair enough. Because that'll help you keep things in order. Because I guess everything under order is, yeah, you know what I mean.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going all right.
Okay.
I think the lean is still present, but it's a little better than it was in the initial sculpt.
That's much better. You're only just a little bit. Right? Because usually ear to ankle,
yeah, I see that.
you know. So it's not so much to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Skew. Turn symmetry off. Skew. Okay. So that wasn't much at all. Right, you were pretty close.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, your weights are good. There is there's a little bit of a crossover here. This isn't just like a kite. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah. The back was one of the areas I really wasn't too fond of.
Yeah, it's see, you have these in as such, but their insertions are actually down in here.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it doesn't, you don't quite get that direct of a kite to these, because these, it's really funny because this is more like a like subcutaneous membrane. It's very, very thin, going over the two back muscles that kind of act like the ridge. And so these are actually kind of going up and under it. It's not, it's not just a kite. It's actually sort of a curve coming in, and that's that. Right. So, and then these look as if they are separate. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, and also I think do you have this broken up? Yes. Yay. Poly groups are so awesome. Right, so this is sort of a shape that's kind of doing this. Right, you're not getting a straight line from there to there. It's binding up sort of here. And then these read as a separate thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's really the visual issue, is that this is not just a kite. It comes in, and this is sort of a separate angle thing, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think because this was sculpted from a crochet I previously did, and when smoothing it out, I lost that kind of detail.
Yeah. I just think it if this reads as a straight line, your brain reads it oddly.
Yeah. You know, I can see what you did is much better.
Right, and it's not that dramatic, but that fits together a little bit more like that than this going in front of the hip even, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The front's beautiful. I mean, this is lovely. You have these in the right place, you know, they're subtle.
Another thing was the hips. You know how you have the kind of like that hip extrusion, kind of poking through. And I was wondering if that should be further back, because this was kind of, I don't know, I feel like some of that's informed by male hips.
Yeah, it's sort of like in there. Here, let's look at where it is. Luckily, we have an anatomy reference.
Perfect.
And actually, this is pretty good about showing you the bones. Hold on, where is it? Problem is, I don't know where anything ever is. Yeah, you can see the orange here. Come on, where are you?
Mm-hmm. That's on it.
Yeah, see there and there.
You see just past there.
Yeah. Come on. My memory is so sad. But you can see there, the peak is sort of up and out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little further out than what I have it.
Yeah. Right, you have, see, it's kind of up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where you're sort of drawing this line, but you drew it sort of below the, like you almost drew your line. Come on, where's my little dry thing? There it is. Right, you almost drew your line there. Like, it's just a little low.
Yeah.
Right, because...
Definitely see that.
Yeah, because your hip really is this line right here, that bone, you know, because that's where all this is attaching up, and then this is attaching down. There are very, very few things that cross over that hip line, you know. Those bones really do kind of stop it all. So that's this. So yeah, you're just a little low. Right, it's right along that line. Come on. You know, it's right there. Right, that's the hip bone.
Mm-hmm.
That separation. So wherever you have that separation, just know that that really is the bone right there, right?
Yeah.
And that's what gives you that visual separation there. So yeah, I think you had it. It's right here. You just, you know, your peak should be in there. This is also probably just a touch wider. Right, it's not quite so pinchy in there.
Yeah.
Your legs look great.
I did have some concerns about some of the calves and that arc.
Yeah, I mean...
Because I feel like it's too thin from some angles.
It is a little thin. But, I mean, you know, once again, that's... I know women who have super skinny legs. So, you know, that's not necessarily something I can go, oh, you know, that's wrong. But usually you do get a little bit more... Right. And because that sort of does. There's like a weird little hitch in there. So even if you don't have super defined calves, that still usually is a scoop there. You know what I mean? It's not a straight line. Because that's doing that. Then you have these little funky muscles there going in. So usually you can see that change of direction. That this is in the right place. And I know you're not putting a lot of muscle definition in there, so it's not, you know.
Yeah.
But
it was difficult because it started as a neck crochet, so it was all muscle definition.
Yeah.
And trying to find those same forms, but with something softer was a real challenge for me.
Yeah, it's tricky because often you just soften things, but sometimes you lose those key markers, you know. Because like in softening this, right, you kind of change the angle of this. I think this might just do it. Where you're filling that.
Just bring that out a little bit.
Yeah, because I think that just reads concave, which gives that even more thinness. You know, it can be the same thickness, but if you kind of imply that calf muscles volume, see how that helps? Just because this is a deep shadow and this has a little bit more volume, and it adds volume to the leg, right? Because here that looks a little bit more normalized, and here it looks like this is just missing. You see what I mean? This is a flat area right here.
Yeah, I definitely see what you see. Yeah, I see what you mean there for sure.
And that is probably just this is sort of a flat spot there. And this comes over. Right. I think that helps a lot, actually.
Yeah, I see that.
So I think that it's just, you can soften that stuff out. Just don't lose the muscle volume, I guess. Because you did pretty good. I mean, this is, like if you look at it from this angle, you have a little bit of flatness in there. And that's...
Yeah, I was actually going to point that out. Are you talking about the inside of the thigh?
Yeah, you have a sort of plane here, and then this, right? I mean, if you look at the thickness of the leg right there, it seems a little flattened. It's close. But once again, I think this is probably just losing some of the volumes on these as you were smoothing. Because I think if we just increase the volume a little, you know, we can keep it soft and it'll start to retain some of that shape. Because that silhouette is where we're losing it a little. Nope. Yeah, I think that helps too. So I think once again, when you were just smoothing it, I think that you lost some of your muscle volume. And that's allowing for the flat areas, which is allowing for the that odd hollow look.
Yeah.
Right. And I think, once again, like right here.
Absolutely, I definitely see that.
Yeah, like right here, there's something going on. And actually, it's probably...
So just coming back into all those, trying to find those areas that ended up getting smoothed out too much.
Right. That you, where you...
volumes.
Yeah, it didn't get smoothed out too much. You just smoothed the volume out of it, right? And,
yeah,
you know, because that's... You can see that all that is putting that muscle lump back in. And you just smooth it out. And now that doesn't look flat, right? We've lost that tabled plane that was happening right there. Because that's the series of muscles that are...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's getting better. I might have added a little. But you get the idea.
Yeah, I got you.
No, I think that that's the only... Because you can see here, that makes a ton of difference between those calves. And it's very subtle. So it's just, there's certain places that you got those scoops where they're coming in and you lost the bulk volume of the muscles. You know, this is really nice. You know, the back's nice. It's just that line.
It's just, yeah.
Because you can see that alone. I could put my hand over this. You can't see that at all. I was just like looking at the one side. I'm like, see, that looks much better. Yeah. Like the same thing in here. I think that you're close. You're darn close. I just think that you just lost a little bit of volume. And, you know, so going back and just giving these a little bit more, you know, thickness, and you can knock it back down. So it's soft detail, but there's still implication of those muscle groups, I think, is the only thing you really need to do. Because, I mean, you know, everything's in the right place for the most part. I mean, see the difference between the two.
Yeah, that's something I found really challenging is how do you find the shape and those forms in the arm without, because like with a dude it's easy, but if you do that with a woman it ends up looking more masculine, and just finding how to keep those soft shapes while still defining those same forms.
Yeah, I think that it comes down to, well, one, you know, just keeping it thin when you're doing it, right? But definitely coming in, and you can put these identifiers in, you know, right? Because we know that there's that sort of a dead spot, right? You know, it comes in, this is coming behind, that's coming over. You can see that we can put it in there, but then we smooth it back down. But when we get out here, you see there's still the implication of it in there.
Yeah, so I see that.
So I think that don't be scared to start with, excuse me, you know, by just layering the things in. And this is why I use clay tubes for everything, because as I'm laying stuff down, it gives me an edge. So I can instantly, from the second I'm doing my model, I can imply over and under, right? I can imply what's happening there. And then we knock that out, and, you know, that's soft. It's wrong at the moment, too. But don't look at my anatomy. I was showing you strokes. I'm like, and now that's completely wrong. But you can see that using clay tubes allows you to come in and really define what is going over, under at this stage, and you just come in, you can just soften that up. And, that's a pretty clear, layer story.
Yeah.
It's completely wrong layer story, but it's a layer story.
Yeah. You get the idea of the separation.
Yeah. And I think that'll help because once again, that's going to allow you to, like back in here, you can see I added very little, but that now gives us a little bit more of that tricep and, its insertions and stuff. So I think that that couldn't hurt you. Using, like, think of things in flat surfaces at this point, right? Just figure out, okay, that's flat, and then that's coming over that, but it's coming down here, and it's doing that. And then, boop, and you can knock them down really fast. And they still have that implied substructure. So play with clay tubes and try to get those forms kind of just needled out. Because your anatomy's good. I mean, you know where the stuff is. It's just trying to see, like you said, trying to get it to be smooth and subtle and nice and still retain it.
Yeah.
And I think she has baby jaw.
Yeah, she does have a little bit of a small jaw. I was thinking about that earlier.
Might just be... Yeah, I think the face is just too small.
Yeah.
Right, I think that, all of this could be about there. And maybe about, yeah.
Perfect.
Right, because, I mean, if you're not looking at the weird angles...
Yeah, I see that.
You can see that the face is a little bit more in the right place. I know it got weird, but things tend to get weird.
Yeah, it looks like a ghost in the shell, somebody's face opening up.
Exactly. Come on. Why are you acting like that? Is this not on? Okay, I'm completely confused. It's not letting me sculpt. I love that.
My favorite thing.
Super weird. Look at that. What is that about? Okay, well, it's not... It does not want me to sculpt on this face, it seems.
Maybe I did something weird with it.
I'm sure it's me, honestly. God only knows. Right. Yeah, I think your face is just a little low and a little small.
We'll bring it up and rescale it a bit.
Yeah. I think that. But see how it looks a little bit more like an adult proportion? Anytime you get a very short distance from the lip to the chin and then it follows out really consistently, that's a baby jaw. I just, and there are adults who have baby jaw. They're out there. But see from the side how much better that looks as a profile.
Yeah, from the side it's really apparent.
Yeah, I think that this might be... Yeah, it's a little long there, but... Yeah, I think that was the issue. Baby jaw! But see how just bringing those lips up higher on the chin, it makes her instantly look older, right? The face, it makes it look more mature.
Yeah.
So that hands are a little bizarro.
Yeah, the hands are completely basically left over from the écorché where it has bone showing and everything.
I'm
So
like,
they're
a little
so
bit of
jacked up.
tendon thing going on there. Shh, I'm not going to say too much about that one. We both
Like
know what's going
if
on
your
there.
hand had like, yeah, basically. I don't even want to talk about them right now.
We didn't see those. Looks great. Hand
The
looks
hands
awesome.
and the feet are a mess.
It's okay. Yep, I think it's just be careful about, these areas that you got rid of the meat. I think this might actually skew over a little as well. I think that's
A little more out.
Yeah, just a touch. I think this is just a little too much as such. We tend to want to stand, I know A models and stuff, blah, 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 because everyone just poses them how you will. But for the most part, we stand with our ankles under our hips,
Yeah.
And I know it makes for a slightly wider stance, but I would get out of the habit of getting your ankles that close.
Yeah.
Because it'll skew your anatomy as well. What is that? Oh. I'm like, what is that? I know what that is.
Hey Max, we have a question for you.
Yeah.
How did you block the model out, or did you start with something else?
I just started from a sphere, and then I started this with this model's taken from my écorché. So I started with the sphere and then built out the écorché using proportions. So you get like a little image of proportions and just make sure you use that to generally map it out. And then from there, it's just blocking out big shapes with primaries. So blocking out big primary spheres and cylinders. And then from there, it's just a lot of sculpting. Because I think it's like it's easy to take a base mesh and work from there, but I feel like you learn more, or at least I learn more every time I start something from scratch, because you find faster ways to build it up each time.
Redo. I mean, like I have base models, that I use for jobs and stuff when I'm in a hurry or things like that. But I like starting from scratch every time, because the more you sculpt, the better you get it. Into story, you start to see those issues, because if you're just using the same base model, if there's something weird about it, you never know, and you're going to learn, my pec muscles are so low.
Absolutely.
I think actually, that pec muscle probably does come up just a touch more, because this is straight across.
Oh, also,
I know
to answer the different shapes merged together, I did originally have the arms and legs separated out into different tools, and so I sculpted the torso separate from the arms and separated from the legs, just because it was a little bit easier to work on them in low poly Dynamesh, because I have a terrible habit of relying on Dynamesh, because I hate redoing my topologies. It's a really bad habit. I need to get better.
Dynamesh.
But
bad sculptor. Use those.
Even last stream, I gave a whole rant about how it's important to get your clean topology and then work on higher subdivisions. but I don't do it half the time.
Yeah, no, that is definitely something that I have worked myself into. It's like the second I dynamesh something, I Z remesh it all the way down, bring it back up, reproject. Like I want my subdivisions like all the time. I can't live
Yeah,
without them.
and it's so helpful to have your subdivisions, especially if you need to make large changes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
No, it's so nice.
and having those lower subdivisions is so nice. But I'm so bad at remembering to do it.
I feel you. Yeah, I think that your armpit like was at a slightly low angle.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it was coming. So I think this was a little too thick from here to here. Right. Boom, boom.
Yeah.
And you can see here, just straightening this leg out just a touch more. Right, it's a slightly more natural pose, and it helps you get. It'll help you get those muscles actually in the right place, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But all in all, looks great.
Cool.
Yeah. Looking good, my friend. Your silhouettes are nice.
Thank you.
No, it looks good.
Thanks. All right, I'm gonna drop out of the call.
Right on. Have a great one.
You too. Stay safe.
Always. All right. Who's next?
Up next is Kevin, whose model is a skull.
Not Kieran. Skull. That's rad. Oh, here's a skull. Kevin. There we go. Is Kevin here?
Take that as a solid maybe.
I'll take that as a solid no. So are we just looking at the skull, or are we looking at the whole thing, do you think?
I would do the whole thing just to be sure.
Oof, that's uncomfortable.
I just
Cool. Well, let's look at the skull for a second. No, I don't want autosave. Hold on. We gotta change our quick save. We don't need a whole bunch of quick saves. I don't have enough room on this machine. Your face is a little long, but it looks good from the front. See how the jaw seems a little heavy? Like that silhouette is real close to the silhouette of the top of a skull with teeth. You can always find things that are long and weird and da-da-da, but so if you're right, normally that's real close to how long it is with teeth. This is actually probably up here a little bit more. These come down. Boom, boom. So that brings this up a little more. So I think that because if we look at this as a person, right? See how long all of this becomes? And sometimes that literally just has to do with when you're sculpting or the photo reference, whether it's tipping down or if it's facing up. So you got to be careful with your photo references when you're dealing with skulls. But I would say that your lower half of the skull and the upper half of the skull are different scales. This is bigger, your lower half, I think, if you... Why is my Alt tab? Where's my W? Where's my gizmo? Gizmo, where are you? Goodness gracious, that was painful. This is also puffy. This actually doesn't puff here, it actually gets thin. This sort of Y as this goes down, that comes up. I mean, this jaw's obviously kicked back when I shrink it, but I think that that's a slightly better proportion on your skull there. Now let's look at your groover here. See, his proportions are nicer. Interesting. As far as... I'm not going to talk too much about the anatomy because obviously you're just pinching and pushing in here, so... Speak of the devil. The crochet. The joy. Oh man. I can't tell you how many of these I've actually had to sculpt in clay. I did one in wood. I did one in stone. In stone, it sucks because you get in there and you're chiseling, you start to knock things off. Ugh, it's horrible. But this face looks great. The proportions are cool. I mean, he has a nice big jaw that comes with the musculature, you know, obviously. And I guess, were you trying to match your skull to this guy? Is that why he had a long chin? Oop, that's not what we're talking about. turn on transparency. See, so if you were trying to match your other skull to this guy, I think one of the problems is that your skull was sitting at this angle as opposed to at the proper angle. There's a little bit of an angle to it there. And you can see so much of it just has to do with how the angle's sitting, you know, how the skull's sitting. Interesting. In here you got a little, these aren't quite so puffy around the teeth. But once again, it's stylized. That doesn't particularly matter. Oops. See how that'll sit on the teeth more than this big pillowy ridge. It's a much more subtle intersection there. Yeah, I would say, once again, you know, this is where clay tubes, I find it to be helpful. Think of these things as flat planes with edges that are going over and under different sections, and then you can smooth it out and it'll allow you to get your forms. But what that does is it keeps you from getting, see how like this is puffy? Well, bone isn't puffy, it doesn't get like that. So think about them as flat surfaces that are interacting. And then that'll help you determine your plane differentiation and how things sit within one another. It looks good. Your character's nice. Right on. All right, who's next?
Up next we have Vitaly. Angel versus Demon.
That is this one, I think. Indeed it is. The sculpt is really nice. Has a lot of dynamics to it. The anatomy's dynamic. Shoulder's a little out, but that's just posing. You know, I mean, that's giving you a much more dynamic shape here. But you can see there's more distance there to there. But once again, the pose is dynamic, so it doesn't matter. And honestly, if it were taking out of context, or, you know, you put everything back in, yeah, you're not going to notice that. Well, most people aren't going to notice that, I guess. The expression's nice. Just your posing is lovely. I mean, you have just a really good use of space, a really good use of your silhouettes, right? It's exciting from all angles. Your anatomy's fun. I mean, it's tight, it's in its right place, but, you know, it's not all cut and super weird. It's still very sculptural and good. Nope, super nice. And the face has a lot of expression without being overly linear. A lot of people feel like they have to dig all that stuff in there. And you can see just by having good reflective edges, it sells well. Hair is wonderful. Good job. You don't have any of the weird crossovers. Everything looks like it's coming from place. It blends into the hairline super well. Looks nice. Your eyeballs, great. Great eyeballs. We'll look at you in a second. Where is... That's... Right, the hands, nice. Great positioning. Good form. I guess you have a number of things going on there. Let's just turn everything on. It's, oh, I see. Liquid spatter. Let's look at this guy. Good form. Once again, your poses are really nice. They have a lot of energy. I like that there's more muscle definition. There's more muscle definition in the demon, but it's still smoothed out. So it's soft like the anatomy of the angel, and it ties the two anatomies together. It's very much the same voice. I like it. Once again, you didn't get overly excited on the detail. You know, you have some lovely detail in there. I would just twist that edge. And that just gives you a touch of separation there. Just so it doesn't look like it's perfectly blended in. I think you could probably use it there to just somehow get that a little separate. Great definition. I love that you thought it out that well. You know, you didn't just look at it from one view, which is nice. Looks great. You may want to push your anatomy just a little. I know that this is stylized, so you're not getting it, but I would say that you might want to just bring this up a touch, not the top there. Just this a touch. just so it looks like it has a little bit more weight right there at that intersection, so it looks like it is pinching, or that it's sitting on top of that. You may just want to accent that little roll just a little bit more, and that way it'll look like it's actually pressing against that. And you might want to just give a slightly more twist of the head this way, just so it looks like we're getting a little bit more pooling on that, where it's out of line just a touch. Because that's, if you look at your torso here, right, it doesn't look like the neck's being bent too much. Like it's not, he's not as affected as, and that tension of the head being twisted a little farther than it wants to be, I think will add a little bit more tension to the piece. And here we go. You just see it lining up, don't you? This precision alteration I'm about to do. Where's her hand? Twist from the hand. See how the like the head sort of resting on the arm there, where it's just being pulled a little bit out of line. I think that might give you a little bit more visual tension. See how it looks like it's, see here, this curve now is a little bit more bent as opposed to being in line. And I think that it sort of shows that you're yanking it over just a little bit more. Something to think about. Because she's definitely winning. Beautiful. Looks great. Your rocks have just enough texture in them. Good job. It looks good. The wings are nice. Just nice, simple rhythm. I like how complex and energetic and exciting it is, and yet your forms and shapes are actually very simple. It's nice. Good job. I like that this Celtic pattern sort of replicates in the bra or top. I might make it even a little bit more literal, as it is one of these, almost like this is the summoning square, it's sort of like a symbol. I don't know, something to think about, because these are the same vocabulary, just sort of that line drawing. So maybe you can tie those two together. Right. Exciting. It's nice. Righto. Brr, brr, brr.
You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
CC Hindem. It's a Kirin sculpt.
It's a what?
Kirin, which I understand to be sort of a unicorn dragon.
Did you say Rosin? What was the name? I'm sorry.
Chichindum. CCHINEDUM. Yeah, just like a unicorn dragon.
All right. Did I not download it?
I'm sure you did. Let's see.
All right, here, let's do this. Hold on. We've done this one, right?
Oh, the default that you'll see up there is two little circles, two little spheres.
Uh-huh. Kirin. Very nice. I love me some Kirin. It's good beer. So, I do like the twists and stuff. The thing you have to be careful with is it not tying into your base forms. So, you know, it's really tricky trying to get this stuff to actually follow a path, right? What's his name? He did a beautiful Kirin. It's the Chinese gentleman. He's always in our beta. Oh, I feel so bad. I can't remember anyone's name. Undersets. Long, I think. Z or ZHE. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. And he does this spectacularly. And I would look at his work. But if you'll notice, when he does do this stuff that is just this squirrely sort of woo, it really does, it tracks, you know, it tracks its origins. It's not, all right, you're just not, see, I hate, even this lion's a pretty good example. So you can see that it is still squirrely, but it doesn't lose its rhythm, right? I mean, you can tell that these are the origins and they're coming out in rows. Is this making sense? Right. You know, you can track everybody and it's coming from someplace. And it still has the weight and directionality as the hair does, right? Does that make sense? There is like a directionality and a grouping that follows. And I think that he does it very well. And so I would suggest looking at some of his stuff to see how he's resolving the squirrely hair stuff, because yeah, there aren't many people who do it better, honestly. He really gets that solid but that squirreliness going on. And I think that's what you're missing in your squirreliness is intentionality. And it just comes back down to really deciding, you know, and like this could be I'm going to duplicate this. You know, this could be a great place to start. Right? Now we're going to look at it. $140,000. No subdivision. Okay, so we are going to ZRemesh this. Because once again, you didn't save your subdivision levels. Any questions while I'm waiting for this?
Nope.
So now I'm going to go half ZRemesh. Half. Half. Yeah, close enough. Divide, divide, divide. We're going to go one more division. No. Project all. I really need big areas that we're missing here. I'm just smoothing that out, trying to get the mesh nice and calm again. Divide. Divide. Project. And so you've set up that swirliness with your twists. So you remesh it so you have a nice quad mesh so it's not distorted from your twisting. And now you can come in here and really make some decisions. Where's my head? And say, okay. Divide. There we go. And now, oops. Right. And now decide what is actually going to be what. And come back in. And that really is the slow, arduous task of creating really nice hair. And, you know, you can come back in and sort of move and pinch and get these to be a little bit more distorty and squirrely. But it's nice if you're making these decisions here. Nice thing about dividing it low and re-subdividing is you can lower your res, smooth this little lump out. And kind of give it a resolution back here. Mm-hmm. Higher res. And so you can see that you can use the rhythm that you set up with all those twists, but you are definitely going to have to come back in and make concrete decisions about your swirls, get them nice, tight, and clean. And look at Shilong's work, his work. He does this stuff just, I mean, he's just so good at it. But does that make sense? Other than that, I think just because your horse anatomy is nice, he's nice and, you know, and your face is good, right? You've got the Kirin face down. I just want to see more intentionality in your swirly stuff. Because that's what separates, you know, the great work like this and, you know, the stuff that people can do with twist is that you come back in and you take that extra time and you really hit it. Because, I mean, his work is just awesome sauce when it comes to this stuff. He's just really good and tight, you know. And he's fat. I love this thing. This is one of my favorites. It's just so nice. I love that piece. His cicada's awesome too. Look at that thing. Come on. That's beautiful. Is that not just stunning?
It's very cool stuff.
Oh, he's so good. One day I'll have time to actually sit around and sculpt, right? Look at that.
No.
I'm pretty sure it can happen.
You're not a sculptor.
I know, it doesn't feel like it anymore. I haven't sculpted anything of just mind being creative in a long time.
Well, next day, you'll have your chance.
What'd you say for Mother's Day?
No, Monday.
Oh, yeah, but we're still...
You just play a sculptor on this show.
Yeah.
I just play one on TV. Oh, he's so good. Okay, I can't even look at that. Yeah, I would just say take the time, use this as your rhythm, and come in and define that stuff tightly. And then pose it. Give it some dynamics. Kirin are awesome. They're super cool. At the Forbidden Palace, in the main courtyard, as you go in, there's a set of statues on the main stairs that go up. There's like a little patio, and over there's a Kirin, but it's almost like this little stick bird. Oh, it is cool. I have pictures of it somewhere. I'll find those. It's hot. It's really nice. It's almost like a Kirin and a pelican. Oh, we have a cool pelican here too. But yeah, no, it looks great. I just think you need to go in, spend some time, and really dedicate that hair swirl to something. Excuse me. Any questions?
We have a question. How do you avoid and deal with burnout when working on projects?
I don't have those issues. I have OCD, and I don't, like, 2 years ago when I went to Thailand, I didn't take a computer. I didn't take a laptop. I took nothing, and I was gone for 3 weeks. And that was the longest I've ever spent away from a computer for like 16 years. I don't understand burnout. What I do though is, and Tony, don't go doo-doo. I just heard it go through his head. What I do is I often have something that is thoughtless or something that I don't have to think about. And every once in a while, I'll just hop over to a different thing and just work on that for like a couple hours. And, you know, it's like the other day when I was making this video, it was processing. And so I got my Tomas the Tank model out, and I painted it for a little while. Now, we're going to use that for t-shirts and stuff, so I wasn't wasting time, but it allowed, I mean, sitting there and poly painting in here is, I mean, you know, that's not a lot of thought, especially a blue tank. But I would say have something that you can work on, that's something you want to get done, but that is thoughtless, that's just cherry work, and it doesn't matter if you mess it up, and it doesn't, you know, it's just something that needs to be pushed on. Every once in a while, hopping over and doing an hour and a half, 2 hours of work on something that isn't what you're concentrating on really helps. And I usually have about 3 things going on at once, so I can hop between a couple of those projects, and I think that helps. But burnout isn't something I don't get it much. I mean, I sit in front of a computer 12, 14 hours a day. Normally, I've been doing a lot more housework recently. I've been doing a lot of moving recently. Going upstairs and downstairs and upstairs, downstairs. But yeah, I would say it really is a mindset. Like, a lot of people get burnt out, or what they consider as burnt out is they've hit a wall and they don't know how to get past it. And honestly, the thing that you do is you keep making work. Just duplicate it. Like, if you're stuck, duplicate it, and then just start doing something weird to it. Or do it a different way, or start from the beginning and try it differently. And it seems like that's a lot of time, but that's the kind of time that you need to spend to get good at stuff. Because really, a lot of it is learning to see is your first issue, right? You need to learn to see. And then training your hand to do what you want it to do, you know? And yeah, it just takes a lot of man hours. By the way, Space Mouse, awesome sauce. Super good. Super good. This one's nice. It's the portable one, and you can program your little menus here. I like it. Because especially with jewelry, let's say you're working on the face or something like that, you can say V1, and then like as you're out here, if you hit it, ooh. It just, yeah, see, there it goes. It'll hop to those views. It's super good. Okay. Who's next? Yes, this is the prize for the contest, actually. This very one.
Mm-hmm.
And you can bludgeon someone with this thing. It weighs like 20 tons. It's heavy. I think it weighs as much as the Enterprise does.
Up next, we have Karthi Zinger.
All right, I saw that one.
They made a file, character 36.
There we go. Woohoo. All right.
Now, I have a random question. Can you open Lightbox and go to Tool real quick? Because I have two models made by Karthi Zinger that show up in my Lightbox. And I'm wondering if I just misplaced some of theirs or, oh, so you moved. Do, I guess, miscellaneous is where you put the defaults.
Yeah, I think you did that.
Did I do that?
Yeah, that's a you thing.
That's so strange. Yep. Okay. I don't know how they got there.
I don't either. So is this an update from the one we looked at last time?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. So I still think your feet are a weird shape. Let's go to the side. There we go. Right, I just don't think that this line I think there's a little bit more of that going on. There's a transition here. Right, your foot sort of does that. And that's going to give you a little bit transparency. There's your toe. See, I think you sort of cut off your toes here or something. Because if we look at boop. Right. And then there's this turn. It's not a straight shot. Right, there's always this turn, and you have this kind of going straight to the point. So you need to get that turn in that shoe. Let's see if there's... See? Right, there's not... It's not a straight shot. So let's back ourselves up here a little. Let's look at the foot. Right, you have your arch. So So I think that your foot is small to begin with. Maybe not too small. I just think you're missing this turn. Right, because even here, you know, ankle, arch, sort of a little second arch. I think you're just cutting off your toes a little. And see, just that little bit of shifting around makes that look a lot better. And so when you bring the shoe on, this would probably be up a little higher. So it rides under that, rides right under the ankle. Because it wants to be above the arch, where that buckle is, or where is above your arch. So it sits almost like a belt on your waist, right? Your foot comes in there, that's where it bends, right there above the arch. And so just make sure that this is seated in the right place on the foot, and that you're getting sort of, you know, that shape. Okay. I mean, your wrinkles look pretty good. I would say if it is this loose, though, you probably want, stop that, these to be a little bit wavy at the top, just because there's something that's creating that looseness. So, you know, these wouldn't be super tight and then have all these wrinkles. So think about how it's sitting on the top. And again, it could be super form-fitting and then just wrinkly in the ankle. I mean, that's a feasibility, I guess. A little strange, but... your anatomy's looking good. There's something... see, it's in the lower part of your face is pretty long here. It doesn't look bad from the front, but I would say you probably have a little bit more going on back here. This just seems a little large, but that's come say, come say. I mean, it looks fine. Your breasts are a little odd, but that's because it's in a push-up thing. If there is a push-up thing, remember that you will get cleavage because it is pushing the breasts up. Your breasts are smaller than that. That was a little too melodramatic. Maybe the head's just a little too big. No. The head just seems, for some reason the face and the head are just looking a little large to me. I don't know why. Your abdominal muscles, okay. You're still a little boxy. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I don't know why. The head just seems, or the face just seems large. But everything's in scale. I don't know. Now let's look at everybody. Still not quite sure what that little bit is. Like these wrinkles have no weight or directionality to them. So I'm confused about what this is. This stuff is clean and nice. Your seams look good. Your collar looks good. She's definitely clenching. I think you might have just a little bit more sort of shape in here. I think in general the pockets are a little low because normally your pocket's going to sit up here, so it sits above the buttocks, so everything doesn't just roll under the butt when you sit down. So your pockets are probably up here, right? Because as you sit down you want this to ride up. I think that's probably going to go under the buttocks, so that's not going to do you much good. And for some reason it just feels like all your weight's like right here, so it feels like she's pinching and your buttocks are kind of going like this. Yeah, see, I think it's come on, you. Having the high point out here helps it look a little less like, because when you clench your muscle, this tightens this way. You're not clenched, you have a little bit more openness there. So I think just by rounding that out a touch, that's going to help that look a little less clenched. And then if we right, I think this is actually gonna everybody calm down there. A little strange. Why is that being so weird? Alright, don't know why it's being weird. I'm not going to matchmaker it. But I think that's more the scale and position of a back pocket. It's up higher, so it's not rolling under your butt. We'll just hide that. But do you see what I mean by putting a little bit of weight out here? It changes that clenchy sort of. Stop that. Your hair definitely got better. Much less of that weird crossover stuff. Looks good. I would say, tell me what this thing is, because I don't get it. I would say, add a little bit more beef to the butt out here, as opposed to it looking like it's clenched. Fix the feet. Other than that, I think it's looking good. Let me rephrase that. Other than that, I think it's looking good. It's still looking good. You know what I mean. All right. Hello.
Hello, hello. Pulling up the list. Next up, we've got Anthony. Anthony Una. Don't know what it's gonna look like. Let's see.
Anthony Una. Here we go. Right on. Furries. The anatomy's nice. I would, especially since the hands are so big, I would make the feet a little less penny. Right? So definitely give the foot a little bit more of its shape, right? Get some of that into it. And I think here again, remember that these are toe caps. So there is, it's not just slopey to the front. You're always going to have sort of a flat front here because you have a sole. No comments, Tony, on my lack of having a sole. I don't want to hear it. I can hear Tony back there thinking, what's he talking about? He has no soul.
He must have fallen asleep.
What's that?
He must have fallen.
I know. Where's my quiet heckle? Quiet heckling crowd over here. I've been abandoned.
You're doing so good tonight. I haven't found anything to heckle yet.
It's crazy talk. Wait till you wait till you see the video that I am going to have to upload tomorrow. There's a whole section about bird feet. It's the mitten-footed swallow.
Yep.
I'm like, in my video, I'm like, okay, just so everyone knows, I will be heckled about this. Right, just a little bit of a return and make the feet just a touch bigger, just because having little itty bitty pen feet, huge hands, and a huge head, you know, you need a solid foundation to keep a head like that afloat. See, I have plenty of foundation to keep this head afloat. So in your seams, I think that you could get away with a little bit of pinch afterwards. So if you come in and you put your seam in, I think that just taking, and I don't mean doing this aggressively, do it nice and softly, and just come in and pinch your seams together a little. And what that does is, instead of giving you a silhouette that's like this, when you pinch, it raises these silhouettes up a little and it brings it in a little. So you're sort of winding up with a silhouette that sort of looks like that as opposed to that. And that makes this bright and this darker. And you can see that we're getting our bright highlight there, darker highlight. We're over here. Oh, I did it symmetrically. I always hate when I demo and I forget not to leave things symmetrical. Right, because see our seam here? Let's do the same thing. I'm going to use orb cracks and just very softly come back over it. And now the thing to remember is that these do have soles. And that helps with some of that as well. But now we're going to come back in with pinch. And just...
I'm always happy to heckle you.
We got the blind heckler. I don't even know who that was.
Kermit.
Yeah. No, trust me, I knew who it was. I was trying to be nice. I know exactly who that is. But do you see how pinching the seams actually brings them together and makes it look a little bit more cohesive? And it sort of brightens them up. And you get nice, brighter edges. They don't, it keeps everything nice and tidy. And so here again, if you just come back real quick and tap these down just a touch. Do you see how that looks a little bit more like a seam now? As opposed to you just drawing lines into the surface. She's great. Super funny. We have... Okay, so we have just a body in here that I turned on. Let's see, let me turn you guys on. Turn you on. I hate when I do that. Okay. That looks a bit more like where we're headed. Your fabric folds are nice. You may want to, now are these, if this is for printing, you definitely want to make these thicker. If you're not going to print it, it's not a big deal. But I would say that you may want to think about making these react to the fabric below them. Right? Because even just that little bit of change tells the story that this fabric is actually sitting on top of something. Right, you get different highlights and lowlights. Now, if you're going to pose this and do other stuff with it, that's obviously not an issue, but consider that with your fabric. Why do I feel like we might have two hairs turned on here somewhere? Because we have two hairs turned on here somewhere, don't we? That's one. That's the other. Oh, we have two ears going on. Yeah, I turned on too much stuff when I hit that. So this, come on, why are you not letting me select you? That one needs to hide. There we go. So is that the wrong hair? Yeah, that one looks like that's been cut to fit that ear. Yeah, that's sticking pretty far out. Maybe I did mess this up. All right. Before I screwed it up, it was looking very good. Collar looks okay. Just make sure your bell is sitting on the body. Let's flip it. You can see you're a little bit in right here. So just make sure that when you're doing these things, they're not cutting into the torso, right? you can see here. Boom, hit it there. Flip. So that's a little bit more how it'd be sitting. Your fabric looks good. The character looks good. So your feet, your seams, clean up your seams. Other than that, looks great. 2 thumbs up. Super fun.
Yeah, that's a neat one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Next up is Rosin.
Rosin. Yeah.
Dragon head.
Yeah.
Cool.
Looks great. I like that it has a lot of detail. The detail is soft and simple, which is hard to accomplish. It's hard to do well. This stuff, this really organic, nice swirly stuff, has good rhythm. Super nice. Your scales are fun. I might, just from a front silhouette, you may want to get a little bit more contrast and form. This is just a really straight line, and you have such good dynamic shapes. I might play with what the silhouette, because this seems really even. So it might be bringing this in a little, just from this angle, right? This just seems pretty straight. You have really good, nice curves going on here, right? This is great. This is great. I just think this intersection's a little flat. But from this angle, it looks great. I'm not saying, it's just, from the front silhouette, I just think it got a little square, right? Everything, it's really rectangular. And it could have, something that's a little more dynamic. But, that's comme ça, comme ça. Your rhythm of your scales is beautiful. These come together really nicely. Yeah, it's beautiful. Good form. See, from the top, you have such nice rhythms happening. I just think it's a little blocky from the front. Yeah, I don't know. Bringing that in gives a little bit more surface tension coming out of the cheeks. That might be a little extreme, but you see how that changes this form a little bit more. as opposed to sort of just getting a little bit more curvy contrapposto-y things in there. But that's 6 one way, half dozen the other. I mean, that's just taste. That's not... Yeah, no. Other than that couple of things, I mean, I think it's a solid model. It looks great. Yeah, your curves and stuff in here are super nice. They have weight to them. They're not just drawn in. No, it's beautiful. Looks great. Not much you can say about that, huh? I mean, get a little separation of these guys out here. But yeah, looks awesome. The silhouette's nice. I just think your original silhouette here is a little square. Let's look at it again. Yeah, your curves are a little bit more dramatic there. No. That's a 6 one way, half dozen the other kind of thing. Because it looks good. Awesome. Yes, he's a cactus dragon. He's a little cactus. He's a succulent dragon.
Terrifying.
What? Succulent?
If that was growing in my garden, we'd have a problem.
I don't know. I think we'd be rich if that were growing in your garden. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, oh yeah. If they start growing in your garden, tell me.
I will. I'll sell you the house. I'm gonna burn the house down and tell you to come get what's left.
Come on. It would go right, you know, a whole succulent garden surrounding the big Baphomet statue. It'd be lovely. All right. Yeah, Rosin, you're killing it. Looks great.
Up next, you've got Sarp with your OBJ.
Yeah. This is awesome.
Water and stuff.
What's that?
I said, how you doing on water and stuff?
Well, I sucked down a ton of water, and I'm just subtly knocking away at this soda so I can get my sugar and caffeine to last, so I don't fade. I think we might take a potty break here in a little bit, but we're doing okay. This is awesome sauce. I love it. It's just really cool. And your anatomy's really nice. I mean, your anatomy's correct, yet distorted and wonky. I like it. Your footses are great. I mean, you have a really good understanding of anatomy. And he's just cool. I mean, come on. It's a flamingo. All right. You know, I guess you could feasibly come in and define things more, but I wouldn't. I mean, I like it sculptural. This really reminds me of the anatomy from the guy who, what is it? Dynamic anatomy for artists. Is it dynamic anatomy? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
I think it's dynamic anatomy. Yeah. Right. It reminds me of this guy's book, right? I mean, doesn't it sort of look like that? It has that organic warbliness. It's warbly, but a lot of that motion and posing. It's good stuff. And I find it very reminiscent of this sort of style. Yeah, I don't know that I don't see anything really to comment on. It's just, it's tight, it's nice, it's good. Where you've chosen to like peek your anatomy out, it's nice. You know, there's no point, you know, the distortions of the anatomy are tight, nice, and cool, and well thought out. It's a really neat piece. I hope you're going to print this and make these, because I want one of these as a pink flamingo in my front yard. Do you think people would notice? So we have to talk to Sarp and see if we can get the model so we can make pink flamingo yard flamingos. I know that this will really go over super well in my neighborhood. That'd be priceless. Now we really have to.
Bronze one.
What's that?
6 foot tall bronze one.
Oh my gosh. No, they need to just be like this big and pink and see if people catch it. You know, you paint them just like a pelican.
Normal lawn ones.
Yeah, just make a normal lawn pink pelican and see what they do. I like it. We could even do it and add pink to the clear, so it's a translucent pink, and we could put IQ lighting in it. Can I get IQ lighting out into my front yard?
Doesn't all have to be IQ.
Sure, because that does cool things.
Yeah, the lights can all do cool things. It just doesn't have to be IQ.
Well, that's just good humor. If we can have we put enough strips in it where we can have little Pac-Men running around it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Welcome, Ashley.
Is that Ash?
Ash.
Hey, Ash. Look at this. Is this not cool? Ash should like this. I tell you, I'm going to try to convince him to let me print one for my front yard. I want a big pink yarn pelican. That's awesome. Or, not pelican. It starts with a P. Or not. It starts with a PH, right? Don't you spell flamingo PH?
Yeah, it's 2021.
Yeah.
Letters don't matter anymore.
It's true. Nothing matters. You're right. It's PFCHLINGKO. That's how you spell flamingo.
Ready for the next one?
What's that?
You ready for the next one?
Yep, I think we should do it. Hey, wow, my name changed. Look at that. Did you notice that? I'm no longer Pablo.
Oh, yep, it changed in YouTube, not on Twitch. Or I need to refresh.
You need to refresh.
I'm not going to refresh because I'll lose everything.
How are you doing, Ash? Are things going well? My light seems to be overexposed today, doesn't it? It seems bleached out.
It's slightly ethereal, but really that's business as usual.
Yeah, this These two rings really chime. This is a loud ring. Very chimey. So who's next?
Mikko.
They are kind of crab. They're like crab claws wrapped up in yeah, they're weird. I like these a lot though. Oh no, where's focus? Is that in focus? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I think this was my favorite hanger that we made. I actually made one that's bigger than this, has more weight, but I like that one. So who's next?
Mikko.
Mikola.
It's going in my head too.
Yeah. All right, that's used. Mikko. All right. Much better. Nope, looks good. These are a lot more prominent. They're going to read better. You're like, I didn't do anything to it. It's like, oh.
That has really come a long way since last week.
Yeah, no, looks great. I would probably give yourself just a slightly raised edge here, just so it looks like these are going behind something. Mm-hmm.
Tomas, would you show real quick how you get the repeating pattern around a circle?
Nope. Sure. It is. So we determine what direction the radial is. So you come up here, so it's symmetry. And since we want to spin around the y-axis, we turn on y. And we all do it. And every once in a while, you're like, okay, well, that's going the wrong direction. Okay, that's going the wrong direction. Ah, that's the right direction. Literally, it gets that way. And then this is your number of repeats. And then you just do radial things. Right. So I think that your patterning came out a lot better. I do think bringing this out a little more. What was this? 16? No. 16, 26. No. You saw smoke coming out of my brain just then, didn't you?
I feel like I can smell it.
It's a meltdown. No, this one, 64. All right. Just so these don't look like they're pillowing at the bottom. If you keep that a little flatter. And then I'll probably use slide and tuck that back up under there a little. Bring it back over. You make that reflective surface stand out from those little things as opposed to waving with them. And now that just gives you a stronger intersection there because it was a little soft. But looking good. I would say that's the only place that's really let's X and Z. I would crisp something up here just so this doesn't look soft. You know, you've got such nice detail going and it's very crisp and formed. Give this just a little bit more intention. Me and my intentionality here. Whatever it is. Just make it look finished instead of soft. Just give it something. Wait, were we not supposed to be talking about it's the striker, it's not the bell? Is that what we were going?
Wah, wah.
Well, that was last week, right? Oh no, not the figure, it was the staff. All right, wrong piece altogether.
That I recall.
Nope, it looks great. I would just do something with this piece up here to make it look like it has, I mean, every inch of this has some form of design on it, even just these flat spots. So just give this something, whatever it may be. Just make it look as if it were designed to be something, not just flat and frumpy.
Mikko has a question that I neglected to ask.
No.
It's fine. I wasn't going to ask it. I was just telling you I neglected to. No. Could you show a brief example or give some practical advice so that they can improve the quality of the sculpt to turn it into a finalized piece? What practical steps should I try to reach the close to acceptable quality for the final object?
Well, honestly, I think you took big steps from last week to this week. It's a ton better. I mean, your patterns read better, you know. Like I said, I think that separates that. That was a crappy decision. I think figuring out what to do with those two little things on the top. But other than that, honestly, this would print lovely. You know, it looks good. If you're actually going to cast this in metal and want it to chime, you may want to make the inside of this smooth. And I mean like one reflective form. Let's flip this. Flip. You can do it. You can do it. So you may, let's flip this back real quick. It is definitely thick enough that we can do this. Come on, you. Back face masking is on. Too much. Mm-hmm. Control W. Boop. Boop. Flip. Get your radial on. Planar flatten line works pretty well. And just come there and there. That might be too much. But if you get a nice smooth interior to that bell, where it's not quite so lumpy, it can have a little bit of hollowing in there. But if it has a nice round smooth form instead of the lumps, it'll actually chime better, right? You want that cavity to be nice. You want it to be a bullhorn, right? You want it just to send things straight out, where this is sending stuff back up and in as well, right? You know, it's not a clean resonating bell. So I would say just make sure that you get a form that is always wider at the front, and you'll get a much nicer sound out of it, right? Because this now becomes an echo chamber that's going out. You're not getting anything kicking your sound back up and in. So the interior of the shape will make it resonate more. And honestly, your striker is a little low, right? You probably want the widest part hitting that bottom chime or the bottom side of it, just to give you more a solid contact. But I don't know if that's going to make a big difference, because that's probably pretty close actually.
I haven't read many scientific journals on bell construction. I'm not sure the proper angles and dynamics for resonant frequencies and whatnot.
Well, I will say that I've looked at a lot of Chinese bells, and it is one thing that in our little tour of the factory in Jiaxing that made the bells, they were talking about how to get them to cast with smooth interiors but bumpy outsides. So at least the ancient Chinese thought that was a thing. Who am I to say they were wrong? They made a bunch of bells that sound awesome, actually. So I'm just giving you ancient Chinese advice. I could be wrong. I picked it up in China. I don't know if that's a safe thing to say these days. You need a new passport. No, it looks great. Did that answer your question about it? I mean, honestly, you're doing everything you need to be doing here. I mean, your surface details are better. You know, obviously, if you're going to hang it, you need more space. Like if you're actually going to build this thing, you're probably going to need to open these up. So So you could actually hang something through it, right? I know, now I'm just mangling things again. You know, so you can hit something up into there, depending on the scale you want this, and because that can't be right. What are you doing? Okay, that's better. So that's big. Yeah, 115 inches. You're making some big old bells.
That's quite a bell.
Quite a bell. That's a bell. That would definitely chime.
Or kill. Whichever your goal is.
Wasn't yeah, well, fair enough. Okay. No, I think honestly, you know, I think that, you know, just having reasons for things to be there, and as things come and intersect, have them intersect cleanly, right? That's why just changing that one little lip, I think, made this a cleaner intersection there. Figuring out what you're going to hang it by. But other than that, I mean, you're doing it correctly. You're doing it well. Of course. No, I mean, I think that thinking about size is important, and it helps your models if you actually work in scale. Because if you are doing something huge, it tells you how much geometry you need in there to keep it smooth. All right.
Does Kitco have bronze in it?
Does what?
Does Kitco have bronze?
No. They might have you might be able to find casting bronze. It's not on their standard page though, I don't think.
I just mean in the plugin.
No, it might. Hold on. I think it does, actually. Hold on. Kitco, where are you? Oh, there you are. The sheet's not big enough for these numbers. No, there's tungsten. I thought we had casting bronze in here, but no. It's got to be cheaper than steel. And just think, that would only cost $73,000 in steel at $1.74 a pound. In 22 karat yellow gold, it would cost $214 million. Right? Or am I missing a decimal? Oh no. I'm sorry. That's $2,147,000,000. Yeah, might be a little pricey for gold. You could have this bell made in gold, or the stimulus plan that just happened. You could give every person in America $1,000 every week for a year.
But it's a nice bell.
That'd be a damn nice bell. I'm just saying. Yes, that would be a very serious nice bell. You couldn't get me out of the inside with like a scraper. I'd just be like, oh, I'm trying to tune the tone. It needs to be a little thinner.
And 100 inches isn't even that big, but you'd need a crane to lift it if it were gold.
Oh my god! Hold on. It gave us a weight. Hold on. So what is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 40? Let's just make it 50,000 grams. How much is it? How much? What? Wait. Come on, math boy. You can do it.
I'm just Googling it. 110 pounds. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought.
It's 110 pounds of gold.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of gold, but...
So you did 50,000 grams?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
It's not as heavy as I thought that much gold would be.
What, $2 trillion worth of gold?
Are you sure you didn't skip billion?
Oh, yeah. Okay. 2 billion. Sorry, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, let's get back to our...
Million. Okay. It's $2 billion. Sorry, my bad. Got a little excited there. Cut off my gold dreams, buddy. All right, what's next?
Up next, we have RAD.
Is it this one?
It's about 2,800,000 mathematical dipshit.
No, it was okay. All right, maybe it was a million. Maybe I was pretty excited. Come on. I can't. We all know I can't add. Why are you asking me? I see. See, I get into trouble for.
Yeah, you do.
My complete ink. I'm dyscalculic. I have issues.
Not limited to those.
Oh, you notice he's awake again. You know, the heck.
Suddenly,
The peanut gallery is at it. Oh yeah.
You bring math into it and you start screwing it up. You know, I'm gonna wake up.
You can smell the bad math. It's like, oh, there goes a budget. I'm pretty sure. Tomas, you might have overbid that job just a little. No wonder you can't get any jobs. You keep sliding the decimal point over 3.
Yeah, just start sliding it the right way and maybe we'd make money.
That's your job. You're the decimal pusher. Because God only knows if I start pushing decimals, we're all going to be in trouble. All right, that's
which is why we're not getting a 1000D computer case.
Did you guys settle on a case?
I think we're going to go with the Millennium.
Okay.
We're going to take out the RGB lights for the standard Origin, RGB fans for the standard ones that don't have lights in them because they push a lot more air.
I think that's just crazy talk.
I know you do. It'll still.
And then what's the time for build? Are they given an ETA once we push go?
No, we haven't even finalized the quote yet.
Okay.
So 7 months.
Yeah, it'll be the same as last time.
Right now it says what, like 9 to 20 days, or 19 to 20 something days. Isn't that what the estimation from the builder, from the configurator is? It's crazy. I like this a lot. You did a really good job about keeping your ropes ropey. A lot of people who use the ropes, the rope gets silly. It's very difficult trying to get knots to look right. Right? They never look tight. They always look loose. But like these look really good. Right? These look nice, well formed. Super, super textury. I think you might find just a handful of places to give the texture a little break. Once again, this is for printing I'm talking about. If it's a rendering, your paint is going to be able to, differentiate and separate stuff a little bit. So if it's just for rendering, ignore me on that one. But if you do plan to come to print, you may want to find just a few areas. Come on. Really, you're not gonna, there we go. I love that this is like built out of like bits of driftwood and stuff here. No. Oh, come on. All right. Come in and just find some places you can knock some of the texture down, like on some of the high points. And that gives the eye a place to rest. So it's not just all chatter. If you're painting it and it's for a rendering, you're going to do all that with pigment, so it doesn't matter. It reminds me of, how do you pronounce his name, Tony? Archimbolo? Isn't that his name?
Tony went back to sleep.
That sounds slightly wrong.
Archibola.
Yeah.
Where's the one that's like the sea creatures? Archiboldo. Maybe. It's reminiscent of this stuff.
Yeah, isn't
it?
Archiboldo?
I think so. Come on, give me a name. I love they have him right here and they're not giving me his name. Let's see if we have Archibaldo as opposed. Yeah, here it is. Giuseppe Archimboldo.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I'm getting from this. And he actually built it in all these different pieces. Look at how many parts this is. I like it. That is super fun. And I do like that you actually built it out of separate pieces. That's kind of fun. Yeah, like I said, the only thing I can say is if you're printing it, just find a handful of places where you can relax your surface a little, just so it gives the eye a place to rest. Because in 3D, that much texture can really just become chatter if you're not paying attention, and it just becomes hard to look at. But that's awesome. I love it. It's great. Now I want to print one of these and put it in my front yard. My front yard's getting weirder by the minute. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Like I said, the only real thing I see is so much of your texture is the same size and the same scale that, it doesn't read as different. And you may, especially since you sculpted these all in different parts, it may be worth coming in and giving maybe some directionality to your forms so you can tell that they're actually different parts. This is not what I'm suggesting, but so you can see with the texture in them, they read as different pieces. So you may want to play with some directionality in your texture in your parts. And I think that might sell the idea that these are all different parts, because that's a really compelling part of this. What did I do here? This one. Sorry, I didn't mean to put lines all over everything. Yep, I think those are the only things I'd say. Give your eye area to rest, and then get some directionality in the wood in the face, because that will make it look a little bit more as if it were assembled with different parts. Righto. Who's next, sir?
Olga.
Boop. Is Olga here?
There in chat, yeah.
But not in vocal chat.
No.
Between the lower lip and the chin. And under the nose. Alright. Well, honestly, under the chin, you're pretty good. Because, this really is this, and then this. And so the shape of the chin, is determining what that is. Often, the layers. I'm just going to bake these so we can look at them. Okay. So sometimes your chin comes up into here a little more, and that's what sort of gives you that crease there. But once again, that is not a rule, because let's face it, faces do all kinds of different things. But that really is shaped with these two things and this, right? So that's how you're getting that form, and just how these, it's purely just expression and how the face is built at that point. But those are coming around, and that's what's forming that ridge in there. You know, some of these are very deep, some aren't. You know, there's not really with facial structures, especially things like that, you know, it can be whatever, but that's how you're building your character, by how you determine those things. So that looks fine. Honestly, this looks fine too. I don't see, I mean, this is nice. Your intersection's nice. I think honestly the only thing I see is maybe this is a little hollow, right, where there's a little bit more weight in here. Maybe. It's just
Olga said they wanted the model to be a bit younger.
Yeah. I still feel, well, you know, once again, it's purely, you know, wacky anatomy, in the sense of all anatomy's wacky in my book. That's just really flat there. And I guess, I mean, it happens. People have it. But as far as, I mean, this actually is quite lovely. Your texture's coming out of your lips, that rolling up and around there. It's nice. You know, obviously if they're younger, these are not quite as baggy, but that's what forms that crest there, these two things. So, having the shorter chin helps. Once again, if it's for print, the texture is just starts to read a sandpaper. So if you're going to print, just come in and, you know, smooth some of your stuff out so you have some differentiation. But this looks like this is for render, so take that as it is. No, honestly, it's lovely. Yeah, no, top, bottom, lip are fine. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It looks good.
Is there anything you would do to make her look younger?
Well, there's usually, I mean, normally when, like, you're talking about making things look younger, they have a little bit more like baby fat on them, right? They're a little bit softer and puffier for the most part. I mean, you know, you can get anorexic youth for sure, but you know, it's usually honestly smoothing it and giving it a little bit more roundness, right? So right now your jawline's pretty sharp. And if we come in, fill that in just a touch. It's funny, you know, removing the skin texture actually helps that younger look as well. Center the eye. Widen the mouth just a touch. And Just filling it in just a touch there. Line that mouth a little, filling in some of these crease detail. Oh. You know, having the filling in these little areas here and some of this in here makes it softer. You know, once again coming in and kind of knocking some of that back so it's a little more taut. Yeah, I think widening the mouth helps a little. Filling that in a touch. So from this, you can do it. You can do it. Yeah, I don't even notice the rigging, honestly. Wow. It is funny though when it's not there, when I forget my earrings, I definitely notice no sound. I don't really notice the ringing. This one's really chimey now, so sometimes it gets pretty loud. But no, I don't really notice the ringing. I notice it when it isn't there for sure. So here is what you had. Right. And now here, hold on. How do I take the picture, the screenshot? Is it Shift S? Yep, there it is. And now we come back out to here. And let's see if it looks younger. Oh, I'm like, well, it didn't change. What's going on here? It's trying. It's thinking. There we go. So do you think that looks younger?
I would say so. I think removing that texture is really the key part.
Well, we also we filled in this gauntness, right? So it's slightly soft around. And by filling in under the chin, you see it's actually given us a slightly rounder face. Right? Because, you know, all I did was I filled this in a little, and then I filled some of this in, and it made the mouth wider. I think the mouth being wider also gives that youth feel. But yeah, I think a lot of it really has to do with this chin line and this, because right here, you see how this is pretty defined, and then you have this sharp line here. Well, that line's still here. We just filled in behind it. And that's what gives you that soft chin. And moving these out and softening that crease, flattening that just a touch. Right? We got rid of some of this. And yeah, the texture definitely removed a little bit of the bag under the eye, made it a little taunter. So did that Mikko? Awesome. But yeah, I don't think it's, I think you're close. I mean, it looks great. Yeah, see, softening these up so the cheekbones are sort of higher. You're not getting that droop. You know, everything just becomes a little smoother and tighter. Boop. Righto, righto. Any other questions? I really am like completely, absolutely, and utterly overexposed, aren't I? Logitech.
It's okay.
Cool. All right. So who's next?
Blake, it is not too late to submit a model, but I can't promise we will get to it tonight. But we will hold it for next crit session if we do not get to it.
Oh, that's right. Next week isn't a crit session, is it?
Yeah, the 19th will be the next crit session.
Yes, we have to partake in our monthly challenges to the ZBrush streamers. So next week we'll be sculpting in Core Mini.
Hey, I know where you could get some great free tutorials for Core Mini.
Yeah, someone might be able to put those up. And for all of you who are on YouTube, if you're enjoying what you're doing, hit subscribe. Also hit the like. It's very good for our demographics, and that's what we're trying to boost. And if you have any questions, fill it in the comments below, and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer your questions. Right?
Right. Now on to Just.
Just. Oh, right. Oh, you put borders on them. I like that. The borders look good. And let's come up here and look at our main. Whoa. Come on, you. All right. This makes a lot more sense. Let's see as it goes around. Definitely getting there. Much better. Much better. Excuse me. I would still say they're just getting a touch more division in there so it actually looks like wrinkles, or that it's being pinched, you know. But all in all, I would say that is almost done. It looks good. But yeah, just a little bit. I mean, you can make them bigger than that and slightly more stylized. And it's looking better. I would still say grab a coat or a sweater or something and just look at how, right, we're going to take that and have a sleeve and just see what it does, right? Because I think that some of these curves here on the forearm are just like, I think you, so we've now tackled this. This looks great. It looks good in the back. It looks like it's coming. So now I want you to take something, get it on your arm, and see what, that fabric does as it's being stretched or pointed or formed. Take a picture with your phone and play with that. Because I think the forearm is just the only thing that's looking a little, it doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look like what fabric does. So I would say so now that's your area. Because every time you come in and touch stuff, it looks great. Like your hair looks good. This stuff looks nice. I like the new banding on these pieces. No, you're killing it. I would just now figure this out. You might want to kind of do what you have going on up here. This thin, thick, thin thing going. Where they're changing up like these. Because these have some very nice shapes on them. You already have this vocabulary. So it might be worth, mimicking that style a little out here. So you're getting thin, thick, because you have a curve and then you have opposing scoops. Right, so you can do the same thing down here. Nope, that's not it. Start using a space mouse, you forget how to use your normal keys. So you can do the same thing by having smooth curve and then sort of that same sort of silhouette-y thing going on. Just so it's the same vocabulary. Yep, I think that honestly, this is your only super weak point now. So go get a piece of fabric, drape it over you or your friend, take some pictures and match that. And you will be on fire. Is that new? Is Ashley still here? So have you noticed this, Henry? So if you hit frame, it frames, right? So that frames the whole subtool. But if you hit frame again, it frames the subtool you have selected.
That feature, to me, is older than time.
Really?
But I've been using ZBrush for about half a year. So it's been there since I've been using ZBrush. It was at least in 2019.
Wow, see, shows you how I've never double tapped frame until recently.
Yeah, I use that all the time.
I had no idea.
It's real nice for getting in, adding detail to a specific subtool, and then zooming out to see the whole thing, and then just zooming right back in.
So, Ash, how long has that been there? Do you use that?
Dang, this whole time there was something I could have taught you.
I never hit frame. I just struggle. Fair enough. Well, now look, you can hit it twice and it does different things. I never knew that. 16 years. I've never known that. Sorry, Juice. Do you have any questions? I think you're killing it. I mean, every time we look at it, it gets better. For sure.
The Ghost of Christmas Future says that feature's been there for quite a few years.
Who knew? I never beta tested that. No one ever said, hey, Tomas, look at this cool new feature. No, Paul just.
Yeah, I bet they did. I bet they did, though. Well, let's get honest.
That's probably very, very. It's honestly, it's just right here. It's just the sleeve. Just drape something over your arm or your friend's arm and take a picture of it. And I think that it'll help out. But I mean, step by step, it keeps getting a lot better. It looks great. I know, right? I can't believe I got busted at the summit that they introduced the folders. They also introduced Kitco. And they were like, oh, look, with Tomas, we did Kitco, blah, blah, blah. And then later they announced they had, they got the folders. And like the entire room went quiet right when I went, it's only been 13 years. Paul was like, really? You ungrateful bastard. I did this for you and you're harassing me over folders. I'm like, I'm just saying it's been a while. Yeah, no, it looks great. Seriously, you're killing it. It's just step by step now focusing on what's there. I think that you may want to look at making these a little bit more like this, right? So it has the same vocabulary, sort of that sharpness, because this sort of has that bat wingy, sort of pokey, stabby, and then these are very floofy and light. I want them to be pokey and stabby. But that's just me. I'm kind of a pokey, stabby person, so pokey and stabby makes sense to me. All right.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop.
The next one is from Overdoses. Bike.
Oh, that's the image.
Oh yeah, that is the link. You want me to post it in chat?
I think I have it already.
We'll post it in chat anyway.
Okay, I think that it's right here. Is this not it?
That's it.
Super nice. Is that the 4th Street Bridge? Everybody uses the 4th Street Bridge, man.
I remember this sculpt from 2 or 3 weeks ago.
And then about a month before that.
Ah.
It came in a while ago, and then it was a few weeks, and then he brought the fuller model in.
Mm-hmm.
See, why can't I get my computer to look like that? Don't they have like little glass that we can program to do cool stuff?
Mm-hmm.
There is?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm serious here.
Oh, I mean, me too, but can you have it now?
Why not? Why do you rob
Because,
me
you know,
of my rave roots? You're trying to put me in just like a cement gray computer with not one LED in it, and that's just a crime.
No, I'm trying to not put me in a cement box.
How does that put you in a cement box?
Because I got to build it for you, man.
Oh, I see.
And I'm telling you no.
Ash, are you hearing this? That looks nice. It's fun. Your lines show up well. Your divisions show up good. I like your random stickery thing. I don't know if you've ever seen my luggage, but I have Remoa luggage with stickers all over it. So I appreciate the sticker thing. I will say this though, if all these are stickers, you're adding like tons of weight to your racing vehicle. Just something to consider. That looks awesome. Good on you. I can't render to save my life. I got the 390 FE. What are we talking about over here?
The graphics card that you got, the Founders Edition, doesn't have RGB in it.
I know. What's up with that?
It's like the only one that doesn't have RGB in it.
What is
and
that
it's your
about?
only criteria for computer stuff is RGB.
I know, right? Can we ask them to order one of those with the red
No, we can't. No.
super tunnel
No,
2D things?
No, getting an AIB board would take way too long. You want the thing sooner than later.
What's the AIB board?
Partner board. A board with the 3090 insides, but someone else's outsides.
Oh, I see. Someone else. But, I didn't even see this move. Look at this. This looks great. Where was I? I missed all this. Come on. We really can get something to do that. That's cool. I like that glass on top. Isn't there programmable glass out there somewhere? There's got to be. That looks awesome. I like it. Very, very cool. Awesome. So, what's next?
Raphael.
I know, Ash. It's his fault. I blame
Absolutely not my fault.
It's totally your fault.
I think honestly you can blame the pandemic for a lot of what we're suffering.
And he teased me. He showed me a case that they suggested that we get, and I was pretty excited. I mean, it was a little big, but I really like the fans.
A little big. The thing is the size of a mini fridge, and no, you can't have it.
It's bigger than a mini fridge. It's huge. But look at that case. Oh no, I didn't want a video. Show me a picture. Look at all those fans, Ash. Look at that. Come on. That's kind of good. But it really is the size of a refrigerator. It's huge. But look at that. I always said I want my computer to look like My Pretty Pony and a unicorn had a baby that threw up rainbows at a rave. That's kind of what I want my computer to look like.
And by always, you mean maybe a month? Up next, we have Raphael with Traveling Salesman. And I do believe you're at the point where you need to download some more files. I'm not sure if you have Raphael's or not.
I don't think I do. Doesn't sound familiar. I know that Ash is on my side on this one. So it's just these 4 up here, right? These are the ones I need. Because we got order text, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you refresh, you're going to see like 10 more files.
Am I?
You can uncheck max because you did max already.
Oh, did you put them away? So all of these are not done, right?
Yeah, I have converted one ZPR that someone submitted, and I got distracted in the middle of converting those to RARs.
Okay.
So if you just give me a second, I'll do that. But you can download Raphael, Ramfo, Alex, and Cena.
There's a ZTO. ZTO. I can't tell if that's a ZTO or not. Yes. Okay. Boop. Thank you. See, she's giving you computer advice you should listen to. Bigger cases have better airflow.
Oh, yes. We are using liquid cooling, actually, which is why that case is completely unnecessary. It's also made... Ashley, that case is made to be 2 computers. It's made to be like a Minecraft server and a client so that you can stream while playing Minecraft. So you're not playing on the computer that it's made to be 2 computers. It weighs over 100 pounds. It costs $600. And if we use it, they have to freight it to us for an additional $600. That's $1,200 just so the man could have a rave. No. No.
I've paid more than that to go to a rave. And Ash, what's so cool is that I could put a mini refrigerator in that. So it would be like a ravey refrigerator.
Well, I mean, with that many fans, it probably is a refrigerator.
Right? It only has 38 fans. Now, did that quote include the 38 fans?
No, it didn't.
So technically, that's another, what?
Several $100, yes.
A piece, right? How much were those things a piece?
I think they come out to like 40 a piece.
Oh, I thought it was like 129.
No.
That was for
that's
all
like
of them.
A 3-pack. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it would have been so pretty. I feel like I'm being deprived intentionally.
You are. Yes. You are being intentionally deprived. I will take full credit for that.
I don't understand why you're so mean. All I've ever been is nice to you.
It's true. And all I've ever been is the level-headed one.
Look, just because you have a flat forehead does not mean that you're level-headed. Just because I can balance a drink on your head does not mean you're level-headed. That means you're a table. There's a difference.
Oh. My mom always made it sound like a good thing.
Well, it is. You can balance, you're great at a party. You can walk around with everyone's drinks on your head. It's awesome. Sorry, I'm going through and deleting some of these because my poor machine probably only has like 80 megs left on it. This machine does not have a big drive. The other cool thing about that one, the big one, is that it would also hold like 20 drives, which is something that I think is really important for me.
Now, again, all I heard there was it's going to hold an absolute file disaster that, Henry, you're going to have to sort through later.
No.
You know what that sounds like when you say it. Like, I know what you hear in your head, but...
That's so unfair.
You just mailed me 19 hard drives this week. And I'm still putting files on our storage system from them.
That's funny. I love that. You're like, wait a minute, there's a whole nother box of these things. I'm like, you only got one box.
Actually, he's just jealous of my computer. And so he wants to compete with me in the RGB space.
I don't want to compete with you. I want to stomp you into the ground. Yeah, let's compete. You're a rank amateur for what I want, man. I don't think IQ Lighting understands what I desire. I mean, you know, if we're at a trade show, you should be able to see the computer from the other side of space. How is that asking too much?
I'll write it down.
You're like, I'll explain to you why that's too much. No, I can't do it that much. We can put lights on my. I would like another embody chair because Tony stole mine. But that's a prime opportunity for LED strips, I think. I mean, what's life without RGB? I don't know. No, I don't want to get blinded. I want a sunburn in multiple colors. Is it coming? All right. Uh-oh. I just want to know, I'm just like looking at this from here, and I'm assuming that says Tomas, and there's a big red circle around my crotch. What is that about? Just saying.
Is that Cena? Is that Cena's file? It must be.
Look, from back there, it looked like there was a big red circle around the crotch. I was like, what the hell is that about? All I know is that Cena really wants me to start exercising. My brother, I don't know if I have it in me anymore. I used to race bicycles and I was in really good shape. It's just so much work. I don't know. I don't like it. I still have great calf muscles, though. This seems a little weird. Normally...
He saw himself and then just completely ignored the order. Is that what just happened?
Oh no, I saw the red circle. I saw my name. I was like, wait a minute. What's the order? Sorry. I saw my name. I got distracted.
You can do Cena's now. Cena's is close enough. And the next person I know isn't here.
Okay.
we can move Cena.
I think. Hold on. First of all, let's turn painting off. Let's get down to what we're actually doing. Whoa, that's not good. Everybody, ooh. You can do it. Don't crash on me. Hopefully it's just trying to save and I don't want it to save. Okay. So, uh-oh, that's not good. All right, there we go. So the back of pants usually have right, it comes out. All right, there we go. Why is my shift not working? There we go. What is that about? How do I keep changing brushes? It's getting wacky over here. So normally what's going to happen in the back of pants is that they don't meet up like that. You're going to have two tubes that are coming in, and then this will sort of do something like that usually. Right, you almost never get just like this baggy droop in here, because what happens in pants is your pattern looks like this, right? And so to get a silhouette like this, your pattern would have to look like this, right? Does that make sense? If we look at the silhouette of our pants. Here, let's go back to the beginning. No, that's not the beginning. All right, whatever. So if you're trying to make clothes or pants, remember that this seam actually looks like this. And you're not going to get that drag, right? That is going to be a distinctive seam. And then how the fabric comes and folds into that point is what makes the back of a jogging short or something like that. If that makes any sense, this would be higher. Wow, look at that case. You know, I bet some really good ZBrush comes out of that case. Right. It's still bunching around the seam because sweatpants are more tubular, but you can see that the intersection is back up and in. It's not right there at the, it's not even, I guess is what I'm saying. But you see what I mean? The seam is up in there. You don't get the scoop here. Right. It's not, the seam's not there. The seam is up in here. And then these are draping off and width. So just think about that. I can't even say anatomy. The anatomy looks good. It's nice that you're bringing your shoulder joints in. Right, that's good. Yeah, I don't know that I ever have it in me to look like this, my friend. I do appreciate the thought, though. And, you know, once again, if this is like a bodybuilder jumpsuit that's supposed to be tight, it should be more form-fitting. If it's supposed to be loose and tucked in, think a little bigger in your fabric stuff, right? You know, these are big gestures. How is it folding? Where is it hanging from? You know. So think about what it's supposed to be. Or if it is supposed to be, you know, body tight, you can always morph to it. For some reason, my morph is just off today, and I do not know why. Right, you can morph to it and then soften it. And then at least it's tied to the body shape. But for some reason, you can see that my morph isn't flat. See how it's tilted? I have no idea what that's about. But by relaxing it after you've morphed it, at least it's tying to the frame. Yeah, it looks great. 2 thumbs up, my friend. You damn goofus. All right. What's
ready
next?
for the next one?
Yeah.
Raphael.
Do we know which one was Raphael?
Raphael, traveling salesman. I'm opening the model now.
Here we go.
It looks like sort of a cylinder with a crack in it. Top left in your little tools palette.
This is
there.
it right here.
Yeah, you got it. Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Adorable.
Yeah, it looks great.
And they do have one question they left with me. How would you approach sculpting the animal fur? I had a really hard time doing it, and I'm not happy with the final result.
Sure. He looks great. Your fabric's tight. Your layers are good. Your painting was really nice. The characters are really fun. I like them. We need one in my front yard. Animal fur. This is it. Ooh. Okay. So, you're on your right direction. You determined your major plats first, right? You got your different mats. I think that you could probably come in and just do a secondary layering because, the thing... hello? The thing I would say is that all of your shapes, right? All of your shapes are so nice and clean. Like everything has a very simple form and everything is coming off of it, right? There's not a lot of surface texture, right? I mean, you have some implication here. This has some, but you're not depending on surface texture. You're using linear detail, which is nice. It's a good stylization. So maybe what you could do, let's get back to this. And maybe just staying simple. Come on, you. No. All the way back. Maybe if you come in, spend a little bit more energy thinking of these as sort of bigger stylized forms. Where your shapes are sort of bigger and more simple. That might be an answer. I also hear that Corsair makes this case that makes animal hair just so much easier to sculpt. Now
you're just going to confuse people. And you don't need hair to be easier to sculpt. You're a sculptor.
Fair enough. Okay, makes bird feet easier to sculpt.
That's one you could use some help with. Any kind of feet, really. And hands. Mittens you've got.
It's because I just don't want to spend the time or energy, and then it always winds up to blow up on my face. I'm like, I'll just do this really quick, and then it's like, Meow. It's horrible. You know, it's really funny. I was well known for my hands and feet. I used to be a very good hand and foot sculptor.
Is that with real clay?
Yeah.
Something changed.
Yeah, no. I think I was getting paid a lot more back then, so I cared.
You know, that's probably
Shh. I'm an idealist, right? Money isn't a motivator.
is when you don't have any.
Yeah, no doubt, right? So that might be an answer, is coming back in and sort of making these larger, cleaner shapes as opposed to making them so chattery and hairy. And this is, once again, a very good example of do what I say, not what I'm doing. Because then at least it sort of ties in with the size of detail in this guy. I think that's probably what I would do. I'm thinking. Because the thing that I think is incongruous is that the hair is very chattery and very noisy here. And it's all the same depth. And it has... You have the big shapes, right? And the big shapes look good. It's just that, you know, if you were doing this, you do need to come in and resolve some ends. That's like, for this scale of hair, that's one of the problems, is you have nothing's really ending. They're just waving on top of one another. And these need to be like little, it's almost like scales. Hair is almost like scales in the sense of, there really are things that, you know, like there's the layer that sits here, and then there's a layer that sits there, and then there's this layer that sticks out the bottom. So, you know, this is on top of this, which is on top of this. And so you're still composing hair in that way. And, you know, you blocked it out that way, and you have these steps. I just think that if you come in and just be a little bit more conscientious about these, where they're well sculpted forms. Right here, let's right where here, let's Right where you distinctly have layers. You're right, they can have some of that hairy texture, but I think instead of just having big planes of the same texture, this will read more like character stylized hair, as opposed to trying to get something that looks kind of like real hair. Does that make sense? I think that's your issue. I think that it's the exact same hair, thickness, height, same tool. So it all just turns into chatter. Where if you come in and actually defined these forms a little more, it would look a wee bit more like a stylized character, as opposed to you trying to make hair. And you can see by making very conscientious decisions about what's going over and under, you lose the chatter. And I just think that'll tie in to the design a little bit better, because your big, simple forms are nice. And your implied light texture is nice. I just think this became too much of the exact same shape or form. But other than that, it's awesome. It's a great piece. So
I also want to say, I think there's hair on the hoof, where that should probably be bone.
Oh.
And that might be making it look a little off, too.
Maybe he has furry feet. They're sort of more like toes than hooves.
He does have furry feet.
Yeah. See, from here
Might
it looks
be.
like feet as opposed to hooves. Yeah, I think from the angle you're looking at it, it looked like hooves. I think those are supposed to be big hairy toes. And I want hair coming out from between the toes. Does that make sense? like I said, I think that just will make it appear more stylized. But yeah, no, it's a fantastic piece. Any questions?
I don't think they're here.
All right. I am going to take a potty break. So, Henry, you verbally tap dance and keep everyone entertained while I'm gone, okay?
Oh, Lord.
I want to hear it.
Okay. Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Henry. I'm here to entertain you. While he's gone, I'll drop some links. Let's see. So I don't think we're going to have time to get through any more that have been submitted already. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more to go, and 2 hours to do them in. But you are more than welcome to upload models at any time on any day, and we will review them in the order that we receive them. So if you want to be first next time, which is actually already reserved, if you want to be second next time, you could submit right now. This link is always up. I just put it in chat. If you're interested in Tomas's UI, his custom brushes, and a free video on scale in ZBrush, sign up for his mailing list at ZBrushJewelryWorkshop.com. That's his teaching platform. You can get an all-access membership, which will get you every video on the platform, every video we put on the platform in the future, a bunch of his models, one-on-one live sessions. So every Tuesday, we actually do live sessions where you just get into like a Zoom call with Tomas, and he will help you with whatever you've got. Let's see, next week we're going to do a sculpt in ZBrush Core Mini, which we actually have free tutorials that were filmed and produced by Eric Keller for ZBrush Core and ZBrush Core Mini. So if you don't have ZBrush yet, we highly recommend it. It's an amazing product, but if you just can't afford it, or you just want to get your feet wet, check out Core Mini. It's always free. For a little more power at a very low price, you could check out ZBrush Core. And if you want to go full in, you can get ZBrush at that link right there. Is he back yet? Is he back yet?
All right.
There we go. I didn't do that the whole time.
I'm sure you did. Weirdo.
You're right, Juice. Henry is just the ad break. I don't know what else to talk about. I'm not going to create your models. This model are good. Look good to me. Better than Henry can do.
It's awesome. Very fun. So who's next?
Which ones do you have that you've downloaded?
I have the Star. I have Alex Arturo Gonzalez Zara. I have Christoph.
Uh-huh.
I have Ingvar's Totem. I have this Dracula Devil guy. I have
Okay,
this guy.
you have a lot of them. Let's download Juiced real quick, because I misplaced their model, and Juiced has one more that we never went through. And then I think you have the bulk of the rest of them.
Sweatpants butt. Archimbolo. Dynamic anatomy. Where's Juice?
You might have to refresh. There's 2 files, one PNG, which is a reference image, and then a ZTL. Goth Crow Girl.
Okay.
Yeah, I see.
Lovely. Where's download? You know what? Open it. Yes.
So there's a note here, and Zeus is in chat. But their note is, I really like this concept art, but the face doesn't really work in 3D space. How would you go about interpreting it?
Yeah. All right. So let us draw front, turn our floor on. I think that in this style, there's less anatomical features. It's sort of like the anime toys. They're very smooth, flat forms. You go away. Floor is on. Map 1. Import. Downloads. Goth girl. Okay. How would I go about interpreting this? Let's append a star. Let's hide what we got. You know, I'm a silly person. You do know that, right?
I knew that.
I just did every single one of those by hand instead of shift. That's not what we want to do. Show me my lines. Where's my geo? Divide. All right. Where is our... Here it is. So first thing I would do is where you draw angle. Hold on. I'm gonna move you out of the way for a second. So top of the ears are pretty close. Bangs are pretty close. Lips. Chin. Okay. So I rotated the image a little so the head is a little bit more in line. Document. Nope. Draw. Horizontal. Just kind of get my head in there. Okay. So now my head is roughly the right size and shape. I'm at almost 4 mil. That should be fine. We're going to turn you off for a second. Dynamic, draw. Where you project on mesh. Boop. Alright. So now I have my project on mesh. I'm going to turn on symmetry. And I am going to just do some big gestures here. We're going to cut that back. There's our brow line. Okay. There's our brow. Draw. Projection on mesh. None. So that's your rough spacing, right? So now I would just come in and do a very casual or very subtle I'm going to lower my res here because I want to be able to smooth this pretty quick. right? Just try to get your silhouettes in. And so I would just work up to my shape like that. And you can see a lot of those shapes are still there. So it gives me something to kind of go off of. Right. And just sort of creep up on your form. But you see what I mean? It's for that style. I think that the face is actually a much flatter project, right? You know, it doesn't have a lot of it doesn't have a ton of form. And then the eyes. Mm-hmm. Smooth everybody out. Bring it back up. Go back to draw. Project. Where? So I'm just going to cut that in. Just so I have a form there. Smooth it out. Mm-hmm. Lazy Nazumi. Come on, you. Every time I do this, there's a new version. We will download that later. Right now, hello. Is this one not? Shortcuts, hook window. See, how did that become Control F3? No, you are Control 1. Sorry, it's what you've been for years. No. Control 1. Okay. I hate when they change my buttons, everything gets wonky. There we go. Alright, clay tubes. Okay.
So Just is specifically worried about stuff like the ears, where from the front they'll look fine, but from the side they'll look like nonsense.
Well, that's why you just have to kind of get sort of everything in its place, sort of where you think it should be, right? And then let's go and do the ears. Okay. Okay. So you got to think that it's still, you know, the shape. So whatever that jawline happens. And this has too much form in it, honestly. This would get all smoothed out again. So you just make sure you put the ears where they would go. I'm just going to give it a shape here. Oops, those are way high for that. I was not paying any attention at all to that, was I? Floor. Draw. Project on mesh a little more. So those ears are really low. So this is where the issues between the drawings and the where your drawings and your objects can become quite goofy. So I was just trying to define the silhouette, get it where it is. We're just going to fill that in a touch. Whatever's happening with the hair. And it would come behind the ears. So I would work to get everything sort of in the right area. And then, because of how it's formed, you can then come back in, like I said, and you have to reconcile it anatomically, right? Even in a stylized character. So right. Let's look at the picture. So is someone eating this ear off? What's going on here? Alright, so actually...
Yeah, I think it got a little messed up. One of her gauges blew out or something.
Something like that. Okay, so these are actually kind of smaller little coopy ears, right? Okay.
I don't really want to stop you if you're having fun, but I do think you made the point.
So, well, I mean, so I guess the real issue is tie your geographic points first, you know, and then come in and, you know, you have to reconcile, even if it's stylized, you know, that anatomy really needs to be reconciled. So, you know, as far as the ears go, you can see as long as they're at the bottom of the jaw, you know, they can be poking weird and at a lower level because, I mean, it's very stylized form. Does that make sense? And so let's look at what you got here. But do you see what I mean? I think that I think it's round, like she doesn't really have a chin. I think the facial features are flatter. Yeah, I think that you just have to get the shape of your head right and just think of it as, you know, nice, smooth forms. And yeah, I probably would have done the hair separately as well, so you don't wind up with this silliness. But just if from the side you can get a legitimate silhouette, I think that's going to help you a lot. But you know, having little weird crumply ears doesn't matter much as long as they're in the right place. Then it'll convey the character. I don't know, did that help at all?
I think so.
I just think she's more of a ball shape, her head, right? You know, I think you're just... I don't know, did that help, Zeus?
He said yes. He's going to watch it back at half speed.
It's just brutal. I gotta stop that.
You ripped the headphone out of your ear. Yup.
Say something.
Something.
Okay. What's going on over there? Are those questions I'm missing?
Yeah, a question about importing an alpha.
What about it?
So when I convert an image to a 3D model by alpha, the model is created like protruding bars from dots, and he wants to know how he can join them together. But he sent a model, or he sent an image.
Where in Discord?
No, in the upload folder. But I figured it was a little too much to go through right now because we got 7 more models.
Okay.
In only an hour.
All right. What's next?
Christoph.
Did that help, by the way? Just sorry.
They said yes.
Okay.
They're gonna watch it back at half speed to learn everything you did. This one is that druid lady. Yep.
That's beautiful. Your hair is nice. Once again, this is just one of my pet peeves. Everyone's like, Tomas, we're sick of hearing it. But see how this and this and this aren't actually going over or under one another? Make sure to bring that line all the way over so you're getting a clean so this is a real thing, right? So that's going over, coming under that, that's coming under that, or is this the thing that's on top and that's coming under that? Figure out what's happening in that intersection right there. And don't allow it to have that weird wonkiness, because everything on this is looking really tight and all of this is really nicely contrived. It's just it's got to go all the way one way or the other, you know what I mean?
In Twitch chat, they posted a link to pictures of the reference image, the sculpt, a render, a 3D print, and then the painted finished model.
In Discord?
In Twitch chat. But I can put it in Discord if you want me to.
It's okay. I can reach over there and do it. I actually like your caricature better than the drawing.
Control plus, I'll make it bigger.
Oh, I see. This is the graphic here. And see, this is where drawings can do things that don't always work in sculpting. And that is this little doogie right here. See, this is lovely. It returns up to the face. You know, it's a good shape. But see this? You know what bothers me about that? Is when we're looking at it right here, it's dead center of her mouth. And that's something that makes me nuts. And I understand you're trying to get the graphic, you know, from that view. But I would say that you can probably get away with... Oh, not the whole thing, just you. Thank you. I'm pulling her face out. I'm like, no. I think you can probably get away with getting this just a touch out. Just so it's not just dead center of her face. It should be framing her face. You know, I keep moving her. Stop it. Boy, you are annoying. Right where all of this is just away from her face a touch. Because in 3D, you want to be able, if it's sitting somewhere, you want to be able to see, you know. Here, let's go to white. See. But do you see what I mean? So like as you're going around, because it is a dimensional object, you don't want that in her face. So this is where you know, coming in and moving that down or something where you're getting a nice curve, but just get that hair out of her face. Sorry, I keep moving her face. Not what I'm trying to do. See how that's just nicer to look at as a model. And I think also as a 3D model, get some dimensionality this way, if that makes any sense, because it's just a little flat in there. And it's because it was laid up as a graphic, so you were nailing everything. Sorry, I keep moving her. There we go. Right, you know, if you're thinking about something that's actually hair and in the wind, you're not going to get something that just moves in one direction. So block it up flat, but get some of those dynamics. Right, because that looks like it's actually moving as opposed to just super flat. And that way when you're looking at it from this angle, it's not just a flat board. But the pose, the anatomy, it's beautiful. Your fabric's awesome. It's a great caricature. It's a really great rendition of the thing. I would say mess the hair up this way and make sure that this is actually tucking under something. Right, so this is that's behind, that's in front, and that's behind that. You know, just whatever that is, make that intersection make sense. The expression's great. It's awesome. Looks great. Look at your print and tell me if I'm wrong about that, about the hair. Because, you know, from this angle, it looks exactly like, you know, your thing. But, you know, an Illustrator, you can get away with, you know, it doesn't matter if it's, it looks great from one view. But when you're doing a model, you really want to make sure that you're getting it from all the views. And I think that this just cramps the face a little if you start to spin that. Yeah, looks awesome. Yeah, I would just futz with that hair a little bit more. But other than that, it looks very, very, very good. Very good. 2 thumbs up.
And that was Christoph. Next up is Honey with 1 OBJ and 1 ZTL. And they are similar but not the same model. They are both lion pendants.
Did I download them?
I think those might have been the ones that were RAR'd, and I had to unrar them.
So no, I didn't.
Yeah,
That's what
probably
you're
not.
telling me. Okay. So which one is it? Lion head.
Yeah, lion head and lion head 2.
Are they the same model?
No.
Oh. Mm-hmm. No, not Space Sniffer. Wrong app. Extract. Because import doesn't view those.
Interesting. That you could pull one out of a zip, but not the other one.
It's OBJs and STLs. You can't pull out of a zip. I guess it doesn't, like the search folder doesn't recognize it. You know what I mean? Like if you're going through open, it doesn't recognize it. So you have this guy and this guy. Why is that not? Oh, because the local's not turned on for some reason. I think you're going to have to sharpen up your detail, because if you go through polish, all the stuff is just going to go. So you really need to come back in and really tune these up to have a little bit more sharpness, a little bit more layering. Because polishing, it'll just eat it completely. Get in here where we can actually see what we're doing.
Hello.
Hello.
I was a critic months ago. I don't know if you remember me. I had a very quick question, if you could help me with.
Sure.
I've struggled a lot with putting gems and settings and all those cutters, and I had to make them in Rhino and come back to ZBrush and again dynamesh it and do all those stuff that are undoable. And if I want to make a change, I will suffer through going a day or two again doing them all.
Sure.
Is there any better way to do them all in ZBrush?
Well, I have cutters. So. Where are you? Oh, that's so funny, Henry. I have like 3 different computers and I've done things on different ones, and it's just like I have no idea what. Hold on, here we go. I think these are long azures, but I think let's try this one. So let's duplicate. And so I have these, and they let's get, these are older brushes, so they might be a little squirrely here. It's still okay. Okay. So I do tend to use these, and what this is, let's split masked part real quick. Let's see. And so if I'm just laying out things individually like this, you can go W and just tap on the surface in the center, and that'll make it 90 degrees to that, right? And then you can drag it, and you know, this is obviously set up for a different prong system than these. I do have these as well, right, where the prongs are rotated out a little bit more so they can actually seat one by one. Hold on. Boom. Right. So I have them where they're set up with individual prongs. Let's bring that in. Too much. And I'm actually working on new sets of brushes like these because, like I said, these are old. But what's nice about setting up brush presets like this is you can turn curve on, stroke, curve mode on, and once curve mode's on, I think it's modifiers, you can come in here, try parts, weld points. I don't think I have a set where the prongs are one and they meld together. If Henry reminds me, I'll see if I can dig it up. Curve 2, and you know, you can set them up. Come on, you can do it. No. See what I mean? My brush settings on these are wrong. These are the old ones. I have new ones. But what's nice about setting these up, you can do it just where you have one with 2 prongs and do them by hand pretty quickly. It goes pretty quick because you come in hold W, and you just hold down Control, and you can, come on. Why aren't you? Oh. Oh, I see. All right. That was supposed to split mask points. All right, so now we have the brush. And so you can really, what are you? Delete hidden, go away. Stop causing me grief. You know, so if you have them set up, you can do this by hand pretty quickly and, you know, just draw it out, get it in. If you also with insert this plugin here, insert multi-mesh draw size, you can say, I want, you know, now this is going from prong to prong. So when you do it, you have to make it like, let's say it's 2.5 and you know that I would measure it. So then you just come in here, say 2.25, enter, set IMM draw size. And now when you drag this out, hold on. How big is your guy here? No. What are you doing? Okay, so see this all button? You want to always turn that off because I just changed everyone's size completely by accident. And look, everything's all squirrely. So we have to come back and undo these. Come back and undo these.
You're suggesting so I create some iron brushes and use the curved ones to just control them and insert multiple gems at one time.
Yeah, I think so.
And are they going to be inaccurate and good for production? And are they going to
Yes. Well, here this will set your insert multi-mesh draw size here, and these are accurate. Yeah, without a doubt, they're accurate. Yeah, and that's where also if you have one, hold on, turn curve mode off. That is not what we want on anymore. And we want that curve function, delete, there we go. And I'm just going to draw, hold on, I want to show you this. Why it's advantageous to set these up is, come on. So if you drag these out and you have them set up well, the nice thing about these is actually that needs to be deeper. Because see, you want the edge to be just inside. We're going to make it a little deeper. Control Z. Just a little bit deeper. All right. And so the nice thing about this is split masked. So let's hide this guy. Let's delete that because it's just silly. All right, so we have our brush, right, and we have our little guy. We're going to put this in a new folder. And now I'm going to take this, no, undo. We're going to take this and split the parts. And if you have more than one stump, if you have more than one, you split to similar parts. And actually, I should have split that to similar parts anyway. Okay, hold on. Let us. Sorry, with the old brushes, I don't know how they're set up. It's been so long. Delete all.
And you don't usually do things like that. I mean, these complicated settings and.
Well, it's really not that complicated. It's that I have it. These brushes are from older versions, so I haven't updated these brushes. So that's why it's acting a little more complicated than it is. It's really not that rough. you drag it in, and then, you know, this is on that surface. So you can either go W and drag it out. And since these are flat, you wouldn't have to worry about, you know, repositioning this correctly, right? Because what you have here are all flat surfaces, or at least they're basically flat surfaces. So, you know, you get your stone set, you get it to where you want it. I mean, you can drag it out every time with the specific insert mesh size. But one sec, I just want to kind of all right, so you have these things laid out. Obviously you would spend more time than I'm doing. So I'm going to new folder. This is Jam. So now I'm going to split to similar parts. Okay. And so what that's done, as you can see, we have, I'm going to turn off my lion head real quick here. So what we have is we have stones. I have setting prongs, right? So they're long, they're tall. But then I also have the cutters. So that's going to cut the seat. That's going to set the prongs, and then the stones are there for rendering. Normally I have short prongs in this as well. So the stone and the short prong is for rendering. And then you also have the seat and the prongs. And so all you have to do is come in here, make this start. We're going to pull these up here because we're not putting the stones in there. We're going to make these a cutter. We're going to leave those as positive. And now when we come in here, you can double check on what it's going to do with live boolean on. Turn on live boolean. And so it's hierarchical. You can see that the prongs are sitting in the seats. That's because the seats are cut and then it's adding the prongs. If you had them the other way, do you see how the seat would cut into the prongs? So, you know, keep them, it's hierarchical. You get your prongs, and now you can see that it's going to set the prongs, it's going to cut the seat, and it'll cut the azure, right? So, especially for things like this, you know, if you had, you know, your seat and your prongs, you know, this is easy to set up what you have here. And, you know, you're just looking at your stones, right? You just slide them into position and rotate your prong set. And I have ones that are ends, right, where it has that. And then you have one that has 1 point, and you just drag them out. And, you know, it's super easy. All these are their separate poly groups. So if you need to move a prong, you know, you just move it. But once you get it there, instead of having to redo everything every time, you can just shuffle one around. And you can use curve on these where you're dragging it out and it lays down more than one, like for these. And what's really cool is now with the apply to curve, if you set up your, if you're blocking out and you have nice curves on your surface that you can run these along actual lines, or you can turn a polyline into something for the stones to follow. So you can base it on the geometry and have it follow curves. So, so I would do it that way, but I have brushes that actually work. Sorry. I don't have my new brushes on this machine. But does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
And if you make the brushes...
Yeah, sure, completely.
What's that?
completely. It makes sense.
Oh, okay, cool.
My net is.
Yeah, and I just think that getting into it may seem a little arduous to begin with, but once you get the hang of it, it flows fast, and you're completely open to change anything, right? Because it's all live Boolean, and you're producing a rendering model and a production model at the same time. You know, so you never have to go back in and shorten your prongs and lengthen your prongs and all that crap. You're doing it within the same model.
Working in nerve models is just such a pain.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. I mean, it's a nightmare. That's all there is to it.
And is there any way to do those bezels that I've got cut it into the model and put the gems in it? Is there any way to do it precisely in ZBrush?
Well, what do you mean?
I can do it.
What do you mean by precise?
Nerve models. I mean, those walls are like 0.3 millimeters, I guess. I think I've set them 0.3
You mean
millimeters.
these here?
I was like,
These?
no, the holes that gems has been put
Oh, the
on.
azure. Sure.
Those little walls are just 0.3 about, and I was wondering if I can make them precisely in ZBrush, or are they on the other parts, like there are a couple of gems in them. It's like extrusion and cut it through that. I don't know how to explain that. I can show it.
Well, I mean, so these had short ones. If you look at this brush, see how it has. So that way, if we were cutting one, well, here, let's just do it. Okay, that's not even close to deep enough. So see, that's still going through. Now, like I said, if you want these to be an exact size, all you do is use IM draw size. Once again, sliders to subtool. What are we dealing with? This is 19. Let's just make this 1, enter, set IMM draw size, draw this out. And if you hold down control, these are going to be the exact same size every time. Right, so they're plunging to the same depth, and they're going to be whatever size this is. Now, once again, these are not set up to be set right next to each other. The prongs are the wrong way. But what's nice about this is if you're setting up your if you're setting up your brush, right? If you're making this and you know that you're going to be setting things next to each other, when you do the prong sets, if you make them a group, you can just, like, you can use the one prong to line it up with the next one. Right, we're going to do this.
That was exactly what I needed.
Right, so, you know, what I normally do is when I'm hand setting this stuff, is I'll come in with W. I'll get it to where I want it to be. And so if I'm setting it up for things that are meant to be seated next to one another, I make sure that my prongs are the things that I'm using as a size and spacing guide, right? So I get those two prongs sitting on top of one another, and then, you know, I just bring that down to where those seats See how they match there? So now I know that these are, right, that prong's sitting there, so my spacing is correct. Now these are obviously sitting outside of the model. These aren't good, but as you can see, it's going to punch the holes all the way through. And as long as you are retaining your spacing up here, then you know, it's going to be, no, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's why that's not locking to a size. You big dork. Does that make sense? Like you can put a spacing guide on your thing. So
it's just a new workflow you have to input.
Sorry, you broke up there. I didn't hear that.
And oh no, I'm sorry for breaking up.
No, it's okay.
I have a bit of lag.
It happens, trust me.
I mean, it's a new workflow for me. I have to work on it and more likely to get adjusted. It's complicated first, but
right.
I
if you don't,
it will
if you're
be
trying
much
to,
easier to get on matching.
yeah, if you're trying to figure it out first, you're like, oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? If Henry reminds me, I will try to find my new stone brushes. And the other thing I did, I have one that has, I think it has 10 beads on it instead of the 5 here, right? And I use them as aligners, right? So that way I could always come in, tap, bring it in, and just make sure that, you know, these are sharing the same surface. They're at the right height. Then I just tap it there, and then you can come in and drag the next face down, right?
As you're making an IMM and you sort of got it pulled out, but you haven't let go of the stylus yet, can you hold down space and move it around?
No.
Oh, that's only like alphas.
Yeah, no, that would be super lovely. But no. The only way to do it is while it's still active, bring W in. Right. And then you can move it. But it doesn't snap to surface. One I've been asking for a while. I think that's just complicated. I don't think ZBrush sees solids as solids all the time. So it's tricky, sadly. But if you have the ones that have a bunch of different beads on it, and each one's a different group, right? A different poly group, you can select the poly groups and choose your settings. Your spacing will be the same. And, you know, you will punch your azures. Both of these look good. I do think you need to punch your details up a little, though.
The customer didn't want it that much detail, but did it for a time. Whatever.
Yeah, but it, I mean, isn't it just going to get polished off? I mean, I understand but you really need to punch this stuff because the second it gets polished, especially if it's mass tumbled or something, it's just going to go away completely.
Yeah, sure. Everything vanishes.
Yeah, trust me. Clients. Yeah, another way to do things like the crown and stuff is to spend the time to lay it out in basic geometry, and then you can nano mesh them as well. Like, so you're hitting, or you can micro poly and get everything in. Problem with micro poly is that it'll distort the shape. I think there's a way to keep it from doing that. I just don't remember. what it is.
But
That
are
was-
there a way to keep your geometry clean so a nanomesh would do good? I mean, it would be sorted out. Need to do a very clean geometry. I did it in Rhino and
I don't use
backed it up
Dynamesh.
on Matrix and put it the gems and cut it through and import them on ZBrush in Dynamical.
Yeah, I don't use Dynamesh much. I mean, I will always have my quad poly model with a bunch of subdivisions, so I can always go back and clean up or go up and put fine detail in. So I'm not a big Dynamesh. Well, I mean, I use Dynamesh as a step, but I very rarely will work on a Dynamesh unless it's very early in the beginning and I'm trying to bridge stuff. I'll use Dynamesh. Or if it's late at the end and I need a solid model really quick, I'll Dynamesh that, and then I'll use the high-res model that I had and use it as a history brush, and with history and Sculptress Pro put detail back in.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's how I clean up my...
Nice to know. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, but... And I mean, the other thing is, you know, once again, super accuracy is such a fallacy. You know, that's, I think CAD promotes this artificial concept of accuracy. And basically what it comes down to is you just need enough meat for someone to take a setter and, you know, and do it. Because chances are you're going to print this out and you're going to lose anywhere between 1 and 3% of size. And then you're going to realize, oh, it shrank 3%. So now I got to go back, grow my model at 3% bigger. And now, okay, all my stones are basically the same size, but I laid it this way, so I got a little warping on it. So now that's a little different. Trying to be accurate's BS, honestly. You need to just get it to where there's enough meat in there for someone to grind it out and set a stone. It's like, I have fights with people all the time about accuracy. It's like, well, I can sculpt at 1 micron in ZBrush, but that doesn't matter because there's not a printer on the planet that can, you know, print that. And my models would wind up being like 1 bazillion, you know, polys because, you know, sculpting at a micron is really, really small. So I think there's a fallacy that computers have provided. Because if you think about the greatest jewelers ever, you know, what were they doing? Well, one, they're raising beads. They're not presetting. No one's going to sit there and solder little posts on the things. For things like this, you just raise the bead. You know, you don't preset it. 2, you know, you just pull wire through drawing plates. So as you pull it, you know, it's thinner in some places and thicker in others. And, you know, jewelry is not math that way. Jewelry is much more organic. And it's just computers have completely ruined how people think about manufacturing anything, honestly. But, you know, especially in the jewelry world, metal moves. Metal is not a permanent thing. You know, you put these 3 things in and you get prong drift. Now all of a sudden these are all in the wrong place. You know, that's one of the big problems of putting prongs all over everything is that there's no room for any movement when you pre-prong things, where if you have a real stone setter, they're going to raise these beads as they're setting the stones, and that's, you know, then you never have any problems because it's going to fit because that guy's going to make it happen, you know. So it's always...
Yeah. That's true.
You know, that I always find it funny. Like, everybody, you know, how do we set stones? How do we set stones? How do we set stones? You don't. A stone setter does. Stop pretending you're a stone setter. You're not a stone setter. You know, there are a handful of people out there who are, but you're not a stone setter. You know, just stop trying to be a stone setter. Like, there's nothing in the world that someone who hand does pave doesn't want you to do. and that is lay out their pave. You know what? They don't want you doing that. They're like, no. I get paid to do that. Thank you. Stop. Don't do that. You know, so I always find that to be a very funny part of CAD and jewelry design, is that there's not a real stone setter in the world who wants you to do this. They want you to leave nice flat planes that they can raise beads off of and drill their holes. That's what a stone setter wants.
That's such a complicated industry.
No, it's madness. It's wackadoodle. All right. No, these both look great. I mean, you know, I just think that, you know, if Henry reminds me, I'll try to dig up the new beading brushes and make them.
I'll remind you. And you are in the Discord, so you'll find me, Henry Williams, in the Discord. Bug me about it if I don't get back to you.
Awesome.
I'll try and remember. Raptor needs IMMs. Raptor needs IMMs.
Actually, what's really funny is that you might actually have them. I don't remember which machine I was working on. They might be in one of those drives. But of course, it's labeled quick save 742387624. So I'm so organized. It's beautiful. All right. Do you have any other questions?
No, sure. Thanks for your time, and I will say goodbye. And thanks for your time and everything you do on ZBrush. I'm always following you.
Thank you. Yeah, I will definitely get you the brushes, and just sort of think about how you're doing it, you know, because if you do these flat and then you bend them just a little, you know, to get some of that curve, you're like, oh, well, the seat's not perfect. Who cares? Someone's coming in with a burr to do that setting. You know, it's not like, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, they're bent. Deal with it. You're the setter, you know. You know, they're going to sit there and, like, hammer those prongs back down. Don't get it.
And sometimes in the process, there is no anyone to set the gems. They just ask us to put some ball on the front so they can put gems directly on the 3D printed model and put it in the mold. I mean, the gems go to all the molding process, and there is no gem setter in the middle of the process. So
yeah,
I am the gem setter for those works, but
sure. Well, the problem with that is that you wouldn't do it this way either. If you're presetting into, you know, you would have to notch your prongs a touch, because, you know, you're then snapping stones and the problem is you have to do it with either sapphires or diamonds. I don't think you can do it with emeralds. I think emeralds blow up in the heat. I could be wrong about that. You might be able to preset emeralds. But it's sort of a cheap way of doing things. I mean,
yeah, you
know, there are people who do it, but it's...
I love it. I think it's really cool.
Oh, you kill me.
I know. You hate the things I love, but I think that is so cool. You throw it in your wax and burn it out at 1800 degrees, and it's totally fine.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that it's not always totally fine. Your stones blow up. I mean, you have a definitive failure rate in quite a bit of that. And why it's cheaper jewelry that does it is because when half of the stones blow up, you take it and you throw it over into a bucket, and then you go on. I mean, yeah, I mean, for mass marketing, sure, you can generate things cheaply because, once again, you don't need a stone setter.
Well, and if you're only working with like CZs where you know there aren't cracks and that sort of thing, those are typically survive without too much failure.
Yeah, but I thought we were making jewelry, not toys.
Yeah, I like toys.
I'm totally kidding.
I want it to be affordable.
Pasha. Pasha. Yeah. Ask Tony, tell him you want to do a preset cast Tanzanite. Pay a fortune for a bunch of tanzanite and just watch them explode.
Yeah, I want to do a cast in place pearl, please.
Yeah, that'd be great. I have this wood. I really want to cast it in place. I want to cast in place ivory. Why does our whole place smell like a burnt animal?
Let's move on. We got one more crit to get through.
All right. Who's next? Is it this one right here?
Simon. Simon is next.
I think goodbye.
Have a good one.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Simon Blake, Asgardian Storm.
Bye-bye.
All right, good night. I'm assuming this is Guardian Storm. Let's turn paint off so we can see what's going on. Interesting. Is that I can't Muglarglurf. What's the worst hammer? His name? Muglarglurglin.
I'm gonna call it Steve, and everyone in chat will correct me.
That's it.
Mjolnir.
Yeah.
Steve the Hammer.
Steve the Hammer. Muglarglurglur. Because there's some guttural glutey sort of thingies going on in that word that we're not. I think there are like 6 extra silent consonant and vowel series in that word. It's my story. I'm sticking to it. The pose is nice. The clouds seem a little heavy, but I mean, there's not much you can do about it. All right, so everyone who's been doing feet tonight, look, see this silhouette? That is a beautiful. Very good feet. I like the heavy quilting. It actually looks good here. I think your calf gets a touch thin here. This intersection with the boot. I think you wouldn't lose that much of the calf. It intersects a little bit more up. Right? That's just cutting into the calf. Where this changing and becomes that. This is nice. Your wrinkles or your fabric's nice. Is the hand small? The hand might be a little small. Or it's reading a little small. Your fabric's lovely. Your hair is great. So this is a much better example of what I was talking about, making the hair look like mats. Right, or you get your big section and then you can divide it up into the little sections. So llama llama guy, come on, where are you? See this right here? Think about this right here. Maybe even less detailed than that, but I think that something in that vein would tie in better. The expression looks great. That looks wonderful. So I think I might look at my hand size. It might just be me, But the hand's a little glurky, and it appears to be just a touch small.
Which is exactly what they just asked. Any feedback on proportions, pose, or anatomy?
Yeah, I think your hands are a little tiny. And then, like I said, I think the only other issue is right here. And just how these are just crossing over. They're not actually intersecting. So this line would be a little bit more like this, and you'd get a little bit more of your calf meat rolling out. And then this becomes, you know, that silhouette is a little bit more like that, as opposed to just the circle cutting into this circle. Where these meet, you get a little bit of roll where those two intersect, right? So I think that, hold on. No, that's not, no, I'm looking for that. Duplicate. Is it both of them? I just want one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's... The old hand face test. Well, you know what?
It looks so silly.
Her hand's roughly the size of her face. Her hands might not be too small. They're reading small, though. I think it might just be that this hand's a little herky-jerky compared to the rest of what you got going out here. I don't know why that hand looks small to me. All right, let's come back here and look. Yeah, I think... What are you telling me? Mesh is composed of multiple... So what? I can't use clay tubes on something with multiple subdivision levels? What am I missing here? Oh. Who knows? It was being weird, of course. What is that? Did I did. Insert multi-meshing stones everywhere.
That's what it needed.
Right, really tiny stone.
One tiny stone.
Yeah, they're just... I think maybe these fingers are broken. Maybe that's the issue. Something's going on there. Something weird about this hand. Also, the thumb seems...
That was my suggestion. I think it looks strange because the fingers don't bend up like that.
Yeah, and also... And I mean, obviously, her hand's going to be more feminine than mine. But you're also not getting this transition here. It's just sort of this disjointed thumb sitting out there. What is going on with the anatomy? It's all, I mean, the geometry. And then it's also sort of pushed up and in compared to the bottom. And I know that there's a glove there, so something else is going on as well. But I just think that... no, don't save. All right. you have your, and even with that as a thingy, it's not quite so. I think that maybe yeah, I think when you pose this hand, you moved it a little out of wonk. In that wonk is the issue. Yeah. I would try to make that pose and then, like I said, take a picture of it, because I think you broke the fingers in the hand, and when you did this, you jammed this in a weird place, right? Because that's not, right, it's not going to just cut up and in there. Reevaluate that hand. All right, so this hand, this intersection right here, and honestly, that's, your hair looked good. Everything else looks honestly great. It's beautiful. It's a nice model. You got a weird hand, and these are just crossing over. They're not sculpturally intersecting. Looks good though. Are they here?
Yep.
Did that?
I was trying to exaggerate the hand post, but I took it too far out of reality.
Yeah, took it to the finger blocks. Poor Storm got her hand stomped on. Also, there's a lot of room here. It looks like you might have in twisting. So also what you did is, if we look at her shoulders, right, the rib cage would rock up as well. And what's happened is the armpit, see how much space you have right here? I think this either comes down more or this comes up. And you have it a little up. But do you see, I mean, look at from this angle. Right, the shoulder is here. And then your lats and stuff come in. Right, something. Yeah. That's too long, even after I push that up. That's. Hello? Are you doing anything there? Alright, there we go. Yeah. Because look, this is your breast. That's your pec, right? So we're missing this meat in here, this connector meat. Your bicep isn't actually going where it should be. So something's going on here. And I understand you have that very dynamic pose, but I think you broke her arm. I think you just need to bring this down a little so this intersection is a little more where it should be. Because the torso looks good. And you know, you have it raised here. I just think that maybe this... Yeah, I would say that you've blown that shoulder joint out. So, an amended list. Come on, Q. Oh. Q. Amended list. Find this joint. Work on this hand. Get this intersection to be an intersection, not just crossing over. And I think you have an awesome model. Looks great. Woo! All right. What's the buzz now?
Oh, Eat My Laser, the amazing rocket bike sculptor finally arrived, and it is sad they missed their crit.
Well, your crit was, it looks great. I don't know.
That was the whole crit. What can
To
we
be
say?
fair,
It's amazing.
looking at the renderings, it looks awesome. It has a little spooty smoke and stuff. It's killing it. No, it looks awesome. I like your stickers. I mean, I think it looks good. And I'm just trying to get Henry to find me some of that glass that does those cool effects.
It's right at the top of my list.
It should be. That's important stuff, man.
Right under get you a disco mini fridge.
Well, technically, that would be part of the disco mini fridge if we're really looking at it that way. That would be a deluxe disco mini fridge.
Were there any more questions about this model?
See, Koro, see how it is? You want my secrets? That took me months to figure out. It did. You should have seen me with that damn printer.
Yeah, that pop socket thing.
Yeah, oh my god. Pain in the butt. Yeah, I have the cutters. We have to dig them up. Sorry, all my files have been transferred to Henry. So you might have to wait a little bit. But yes, we will dig them up. They are acquirable. I sent Henry 19 drives, And because I kept just deleting my own files, I was failing miserably, and the power would go out and I'd lose a drive. We don't even want to talk about it. It was a horrible thing. It was really painful for everyone involved.
And now I have 50 terabytes of files that are all named QS, number.
What's really funny is a lot of them are named the same QS because the counter restarts if you don't put the little counter sheet in there. So we still have what? This one?
I mean, there's more if you wanted to keep going, but it's 2 and we can't go
too long. All right. So, do you know which ones we haven't done?
Yeah.
I mean, you have a list.
I have the list.
All right. So let's just save them, and it'll be not next week, but the week thereafter, and we will start. Is that a Bob Ross emoji? Happy little accidents. Hello. 55%.
But we can't wait because there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 files in front of you. Even if we waited for yours to get here, it'd be 2 hours before we got to it.
And we can't stream that late because Michael is going on.
Yeah.
So,
but you will be 8th in line on April 19th when we do this again.
I know, it's crazy. There are lots of people. I got the yawns all of a sudden. Anything else?
If you're watching this on YouTube, give it a like, subscribe so you can see when all the other great streamers come online.
Or is it over there? Down there somewhere.
Are you looking for YouTube in your office?
Yeah,
if you have any questions about anything we discussed here or anything that you need answered, go ahead and put it down in the comments, and either Tomas or some of the great folks at Pixologic will answer it.
Yeah. So subscribe. Wait, did we mention subscribe and hit the little like button? That's important.
Something about a bell. Click the bell.
If you want, did we put up our links?
Yeah. If you want Tomas's UI custom brushes and a free video about scale in ZBrush, go ahead and sign up for the mailing list. If you'd like to become a student of Tomas and a member of his learning platform, go ahead and ZBrushJewelryWorkshop.com. Get yourself an all-access membership. We've got like 170-something videos up at this point. And you get access to all those and every video we put out in the future, as well as a bunch of Tomas's models.
And do we... During the contest, are we still having the deal?
Oh, yeah, we still have the contest. $100 off with code CONTEST. Put a link to the contest. If I can find it. You think of something else to say while I click.
Yeah, I suck at this game. I can't remember anything.
Yeah, we're running a Mother's Day jewelry competition for all of our members, and they actually get their pieces cast and produced and mailed to them if you're in any of the first 3 winning slots. Winner also gets a space mouse.
One of these.
One of these.
It's super nice, actually.
Yep. If you don't have ZBrush yet, get ZBrush.
Yes, if you don't have ZBrush, get ZBrush. That's a big one. So next week, I'm going to be sculpting something. Was it a creature? Is that what they said? I think the challenge is a creature or a character in mini core or core mini. So that's going to be interesting. None of the tools, like you can't even change the brush size the same way. It's really an interesting creature. So that should be fun. All right, I'd like to thank Pixologic for letting me stream. Thank you guys for hanging out and participating. It's crazy that we have leftovers every week recently, so that's good.
Yeah, lots of files.
Yeah, it's important. Join
us on our Discord.
Yeah,
go ahead.
One. No, I was about to say join us on our Discord. Yeah, beat me to it. Yes, the Rosin is good for ZBrush. Yeah.
Yep, join us on our Discord. We answer questions all week long. We've got a great community there. Share your work, chat with people.
Yep. And if you're on YouTube, hit subscribe and the like button.
Like and subscribe.
All righty. Let me find my way out of here. All right, kind and gentle folk. Until next week, have a great week and ZBrush a lot so you get better. Because we can all get better. I think I'm at like 40%. I need a lot. I could get a lot better. I've been slacking. All right. Have a great week. I'll see you.